Hey there! Tonight's story doesn't take place on a battlefield or a throne, but in the shadow of both. You'll spend a quiet day in the halls of a noble medieval estate where silence is expected, and your place is just outside the candlelight. You'll rise early, serve quietly, endure politely, and sleep fitfully, if there's time. The gowns are heavy. The floors are cold. The air smells of soap, brass polish, and yesterday's bread. If this kind of storytelling helps you rest, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it actually brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from, and what time it is right now. It's oddly comforting to know who else is drifting off to the same quiet story. So, close the door softly behind you. Take your place at the edge of the great hall, and let's begin with the sound of the kitchen bell. It begins, as most days do, before the bell rings. Before the gentry stir in their feather beds, before the chapel candle is lit, before even the cook grumbles her way into the smoky blackness of the kitchen hearth, there is a moment of stillness. That moment belongs to the servants, or rather, it hangs over them like a breath not yet exhaled just before the long day begins. The servants' quarters, if we may be generous with the term, are not in the manor proper. Oh no, that privilege is reserved for the family, and perhaps a favoured lady's maid, or the steward, if he's managed to avoid any recent financial blunders. For the rest, their nights are passed in the cramped annexes, draughty outbuildings, or stone undercrofts. Sometimes above the stables, though only if they've proven they can sleep through the smell. These rooms are not private. Privacy, after all, is a luxury reserved for people who matter. A dozen bodies might be packed into a single low-ceiling space, lying shoulder to shoulder on Russia-stuffed mattresses. Blankets are shared. So are coughs, and snores, and fleas. All things in their own way, part of the household economy. The air in the quarters is thick, musty, sour with sweat and smoke, a scent that clings to the wool of your tunic and the hair on your arms. One gets used to it, though. Eventually it becomes part of you, like the stiffness in your back, or the constant awareness of your station in life. There is no cock crow to wake the servants, not yet. Instead, it is the soft clatter of footsteps on cold stone, the tap of leather soles, the scrape of a bucket against a wall, a body rising slowly from the warmth of sleep to the chill of duty. In one corner, the youngest lad, perhaps 12 years old, perhaps younger if his family needed coin early, rubs sleep from his eyes. His name hardly matters. He will be called boy for the next 10 years, unless another boy arrives, in which case he will be elder boy, and the newcomer new boy. It is an elegant system, if not particularly imaginative. He has a job to do, several in fact. First, the hearths. The fires have long since died overnight. It is his task to relight them before the nobles rise. The trick is to coax embers back to life without drawing too much breath in. The ashes are fine and punishing to the lungs. He stokes them with care, cursing under his breath when one spits at him. He is quiet, though. Always quiet. Other servants rise and dress. There is no leisurely breakfast, no idle grooming. The morning is not a time for reflection. It is a time for speed. Tunics are pulled over linen shifts. Boots are strapped tight. Hair is tied back or shoved beneath coifs. The garments are thick and coarse, spun from wool so scratchy it might as well be bark. But they are warm, and warmth is a rare and precious thing before dawn. In a manor of wealth, let's say one of middling nobility, the staff may number anywhere from 20 to 50, depending on the season, the family's ambitions, and whether a wedding or a hunting party is on the horizon. Each servant knows their place in the hierarchy. The scullion girl does not presume to speak to the steward. The stable boy does not address the lady's maid unless spoken to. Everyone has a place, and to forget it is to risk being replaced by someone who remembers. At the top of the servant chain, one might find the steward or the housekeeper. They have their own small rooms, perhaps even a key. Their duties are managerial: accounting, inventory, diplomacy with suppliers and visiting officials. But even they rise early. A servant who lies abed past sunrise is a servant who invites suspicion. One girl, Marjorie perhaps, moves quietly past the others. She has been assigned to the solar, where the lady of the house sleeps. It is not a role she asked for, but she was chosen for her quiet tread and her steady hands. She knows better than to speak before being addressed, better than to knock too loudly, better than to look directly at her mistress unless requested. She will lay out garments before the noblewoman wakes, arranging them by the day's activities. Wool if it's damp, fine linen if guests are expected. Jewellery is locked in the chest. She does not touch it. Her fingers are calloused and rough. The ladies are not. Elsewhere the kitchen begins to stir. Bread must be prepared. Porridge must be started. The cook is already swearing by the time the second servant arrives. The kitchen fire is never truly allowed to die, but it needs tending all the same. The air in here is thick with soot and ambition. The cook is not a man to be trifled with. He has served 3 lords, outlasted 2, and has been known to throw knives, though never in anger, only for emphasis. Outside, the sky is still dark. A silver edge begins to form on the eastern horizon, but the sun is not yet up. A bell hangs in the chapel tower, quiet for now. When it rings, it will call the household to life, nobles to prayer, servants to motion. The bell marks the day in sections. Morning prayers, noon meal, evening vigil. The hours are kept not for convenience, but for obedience. For now, though, time is measured in actions. How many pots have been emptied? How many hearths lit? How many steps taken in silence? The manor is a living thing, stone and timber, yes, but also breath, heat, motion. The servants are its blood, moving constantly, invisibly sustaining it. In one hall, the rushes on the floor are replaced. They are strewn with new herbs, marjoram, lavender, or sometimes mint. Not out of kindness, but to mask the smell of previous days. This is a job often given to young girls or older women whose backs are not yet bent fully. They move quickly, eyes downcast, hands full of straw and stem. The sound of the bell comes at last, low and solemn. A call, not a suggestion. The household breathes in. In the chapel, the family will kneel. Nobles in embroidered cloaks, their voices echoing off vaulted stone. The servants will stand at the back, if they are permitted at all. Some pray. Some merely close their eyes and count the minutes. Then the real day begins. There is no fanfare, no chorus, just footsteps, instructions, and the quiet acceptance of repetition. Every morning is like this. Not quite identical, but familiar in its demands. A few servants live for the rhythm. Those who find comfort in duty, purpose in predictability. Others endure it, dreaming of coin, escape, or the faint hope of advancement. A trusted valet, a promoted maid, rare but not unheard of. The rest simply exist. They wake, they work, they sleep. The days pass like water through open fingers. A boy finishes with the hearth and wipes soot from his hands. He is too young for bitterness, too old for wonder. He moves on to the next room. Marjorie folds the nightdress of her mistress with care, smoothing the creases. She checks the chamber pot, half full as expected, and makes a note to have it changed. She does not gag. That reaction passes within the first month. The steward walks the hall, noting creaking beams, counting bolts of cloth, and pausing to inspect a loose hinge with mild disapproval. He is, above all else, a man of hinges. The cook, having scolded 2 underlings and burned his thumb on the griddle, shouts for the flour sack to be brought in. It's lighter than it should be. He says nothing for now. But someone, somewhere, will be spoken to. And still, the noble family sleeps. Their dreams are undisturbed, their beds warmed, their floors swept, their slippers placed just so beside the fire. None of this happens by accident. It happens because, long before the first bell, someone rose in the dark, pulled on rough wool, lit a flame, took a breath, and began again. The first tasks of the morning are not glamorous. They are not ceremonial, nor honoured, nor even noticed by most of the household. But they are essential. A great medieval household, even one nestled in modest nobility, runs not on pageantry, but on repetition. Long before the nobles sit to breakfast, before prayers are mumbled in the chapel, before the cook decides someone has salted the stew too much, there are duties. Small, invisible but vital. Fires, floors and footsteps. That is where it begins. First, the fires. Not the grand hearths of the great hall. That will come. Not yet. These first flames are for warmth, not spectacle. They are coaxed into being in kitchens, servant halls, storerooms and private chambers. Each one lit by a careful hand. Too little breath, and the flame sputters out. Too much, and the ashes flare up into your face like an angry cat. It's an art, really, a quiet one. You rarely hear of troubadours singing about the glories of the kitchen scullion who lit the main fire without losing an eyebrow. But perhaps they should. A boy, just past his 11th year, or perhaps not quite, kneels before the hearth in the outer kitchen. His knees press into the cold stone. He blows gently into the ash pile, eyes narrowed. His fingers are blackened already, though the day has barely begun. He tucks a twist of kindling beneath the grate, coaxing the ember to life. His breath fogs the air. The cold is biting. The kind of cold that finds its way through wool, past skin, into the marrow. But there's no time to dwell on it. Nearby, a girl of about 14 carries buckets of water from the courtyard well. The pail thuds heavily against her thigh. Her arms ache already, and it's only her 3rd trip. She balances the weight carefully. Too much sloshing, and her gown will soak. Wet wool is a misery all its own. It clings, chills and chafes. But again, there's no time for such thoughts. The laundry maid is waiting for the water. A delay there delays the washing. A delay in the washing delays the dressing. And nobody delays the dressing of the lady of the house, not if they value their position. Let us turn now to the floors. The floor of a medieval manor hall is not, as one might picture in modern fancy, polished wood and velvet carpets. No, the floors are stone or packed earth, sometimes strewn with rushes. These rushes are not merely decorative. They serve to absorb spills, collect refuse, and muffle footsteps. But they must be replaced regularly, swept out thrown to the pigs or burned and laid anew with fragrant herbs tucked inside. Not out of kindness, but to stave off the less desirable odours of indoor life. The cleaning of these floors falls to the lowest of the low. The scullery maids, the untested, the unlucky. Hands calloused, knees raw, they work in pairs or alone. One girl sweeps with a crude broom of bound twigs. Another collects waste in a wooden pan. Bits of bread, bones, ash, and the occasional mouse corpse, all swept together in a slow, circular rhythm. Not fast, never fast. One doesn't rush these things. To do so only stirs the dust. Above them the banners hang still. Tapestries depict hunting scenes, biblical miracles, and the Lord's lineage, all stitched with such care and pride. Beneath them, the servants work in silence. They do not look up. Footsteps. That's the third part of the morning ritual. Not the steps themselves, but where they go. Who takes them? Who hears them? Footsteps mean movement. They mean life. The manor wakes slowly, but it wakes deliberately. A maid walks briskly through the west corridor, with clean linens folded in her arms. She nods politely at the steward, though he does not return it. He's counting, always counting. Bedsheets, candles, bolts of cloth, servants. All must be accounted for. In the courtyard, the stable hands begin their rounds. The horses are restless this morning. One kicks the wooden wall of its stall. A grey mare stamps impatiently, nostrils flaring. The air smells of hay and manure and damp leather. The stable boy speaks to the beasts in a low voice, not because he expects an answer, but because quiet tones calm nervous animals. It's more courtesy than he gives most people. One servant, older than most, climbs a narrow flight of stairs to the Lord's solar. He carries a bucket of coals and a small iron tool. He will relight the brazier before the noble rises. It must be warm by the time a foot touches the floor. A chill floor is considered unseemly. He works quickly but carefully. Any soot spilled on the embroidered rug will be noticed. Not by the noble, of course, by the lady's maid. And she notices everything. Elsewhere, in the buttery, a man known only as the tapster checks the ale barrels. He thumps each one with the flat of his hand, listening for hollowness. He notes the levels with a stick marked with wax. The barrels are sealed with pitch and linen. Should any be found leaking, it is his neck that will bear the weight of suspicion. Literally, in some cases. Ale theft is no small matter, and servants have been known to help themselves after hours. Not out of defiance, but because sleep is easier when one is a little less awake. The air grows warmer now, faintly. The sun has not quite risen, but its promise can be felt in the dim golden glow slipping through the leaded windows. The day proper is about to begin. And still more tasks. The washroom is readied, towels are laid out. A shallow copper basin is filled with water, heated with a poker drawn from the fire. The noble family will wash their faces and hands before prayer. Not their bodies. That's a rarer affair, and not a daily indulgence. But the face must be fresh, the hair combed. Even minor nobility must look the part. A young girl crouches near the privy chamber. She has drawn the short straw this morning. The night jars must be emptied. A chamber pot is a simple thing, usually ceramic, sometimes brass for the more refined. But it must be carried out discreetly and washed thoroughly. No one wants to be reminded of the bodily needs of a baroness. That sort of realism is best left to the lower floors. Near the larder, a boy turns the meat spit. Slowly, evenly. A leg of mutton hangs from the iron hook. It is not breakfast fare, but preparation must begin early. The cook has been muttering about visitors since last night, though no one has confirmed anything. Still, better to prepare than be caught unready. There are few sins greater than a cold roast in a noble house. The staff move without instruction. They know their roles. Training is done not in lessons, but by imitation, repetition, and the occasional cuff to the ear. A new servant watches the older ones closely. Not just what they do, but how they move, where they pause, when they speak, and, more often, when they do not. Hierarchy runs through this world like mortar in the walls. The steward stands above the chamberlain above the grooms above the scullery boys, and all beneath the noble family, of course, who themselves answer only to the monarch and God, in that order, depending on who's watching. Yet there are subtle ranks within the servant class as well. The lady's maid, for example, may be of lower birth than the cook, but her proximity to the family grants her certain privileges. Better meals, finer fabrics, a room with a door. The laundress might be plain-spoken, but she knows every secret hidden in the Lord's linens. A good servant never forgets their place, but the clever ones know how to manoeuvre within it. Now the chapel bell tolls. Its sound is deep, resonant, almost mournful. It echoes through the halls like a sigh. The household is summoned, not by name, but by tone. The nobles to prayer, the servants to motion. Feet shuffle, heads bow. Not out of devotion necessarily, but out of habit. And so the first phase of today draws to a close. The fires are lit, the floors are swept, the footsteps have done their work. Soon the noble family will rise, and the real performance will begin. But for now, beneath the grand stones and polished silver, the heartbeat of the manor continues in quiet rhythm. Fires, floors and footsteps, the tasks that no one sees, and the ones that make everything else possible. There is food in the manor, great heaps of it sometimes. Roasted meats, golden pies, fresh trout, sweetmeats, stewed fruits, cheeses wrapped in herbs, and crusty loaves pulled from the oven's mouth, still steaming. It glistens on polished platters. It's sliced and served with practised elegance on trestle tables beneath carved rafters and painted beams. Nobles eat with delicate fingers, or with knives that have never seen a turnip in their lives. But that's not the food we're concerned with here. We are descending down the steps, past the carved angels and oaken panels, down through a narrow passageway into the kitchens, and from there, a little further down, into the servants' hall. This is where the rest of the food ends up, or more accurately, what's left of it. The term leftovers doesn't quite do justice to the practice. In a well-ordered noble household, the allocation of food is a matter of strict hierarchy and recorded ration. Who gets what? How much? How often? These things are watched carefully. By the steward, the cook, and if you believe the whispers, by God himself. At the top of the servant ladder, of course, come those closest to the noble family. The steward, the lady's maid, the chaplain, perhaps even the tutor. These folk sometimes eat below stairs, but not always. On certain days, they are permitted to take meals in private chambers, with food brought in discreetly from the kitchen. A plate of cold roast, a wedge of cheese, a small jug of ale. Nothing ostentatious, but certainly better than what the rest receive. In the servants' hall itself, long, dark, low-ceilinged, and smelling faintly of damp wool and old onions. The meal is a different affair. It begins with bread. Always bread. Coarse, dark, and dense. Baked from barley, or rye, or sometimes maslin. A mix of wheat and rye grown together. It's not the fluffy white loaves served in the great hall above. Those are sieved, spiced, and shaped with buttered hands. No, this is black bread, solid, heavy, filling in the way that stones fill a sack. Pottage follows, a stew of sorts, though the term stew may be generous, depending on the day. It is a thick soup made from whatever is available: beans, peas, onions, leeks, cabbage, herbs, and if fortune smiles, bone broth. Sometimes a scrap of meat is boiled in for flavour. Occasionally the meat remains. More often it does not, but one does not complain. A servant's stomach is trained to hope cautiously. You eat what is given. You do not ask questions. If the pottage is thin today, it might be thicker tomorrow. If the bread is hard, you soften it in ale. If the ale is sour, well, it keeps the water from killing you, doesn't it? Speaking of ale, it is the one thing that flows fairly freely in most medieval kitchens. Not because the manor is generous, but because clean water is suspect. Ale is brewed in barrels and drunk in tin cups. It is weak, barely alcoholic, but nourishing. Children drink it. The elderly sip it. It is safer than the stream, and, if you're lucky, warmer than the well. The meal is eaten quickly. Not because it is especially good, but because there is always more to be done. Servants sit on long benches. The table is bare wood, darkened from years of elbows and spills. There are no napkins, no salt dishes, no silver forks. One eats with a spoon or with fingers. And if you've lost your spoon, well, you borrow one, or you go without. Conversation is allowed, but only in moderation. Laughter is rare. The tone is subdued, shaped more by weariness than solemnity. Some servants glance upward, not in prayer, but toward the floor above, where the noble family will soon sit to their first meal, surrounded by carved fruit bowls and linen cloths. The difference is not painful. It's simply understood. It's always been this way. In larger households, there is an official in charge of provisioning. The pantler oversees bread and food storage. The butler guards the wine and ale. The kitchener manages preparation. Each one watches the others with subtle suspicion. If the bread goes missing, it's the pantler's fault. If the ale is watered, the butler takes the blame. If a side of beef disappears, the cook is questioned. And beneath them, those who do the carrying, chopping, boiling, and cleaning, well, they are questioned only when something goes wrong. Otherwise, they are silent. Now, not all food reaches the servants' hall directly. Some is scavenged. Not stolen, scavenged. There is a difference. When a platter is returned to the kitchen half-eaten, its contents are inspected. If a capon is barely touched, it may be repurposed into a pie for the next day. If it's too far gone, it might be passed to the staff. Often, it goes to the dogs first. But clever servants know where the morsels hide. In the carving scraps, in the ends of cheese left on the serving board, in the fruit bowl that sags a little under its own ripeness. A lad may pocket an apple. A girl may tuck a slice of bread into her apron. These things are not done openly, but they are done. It is not about greed, it is about sustenance. Servants work long hours, lifting, bending, scrubbing, hauling. Calories matter. A boy who skips breakfast is a boy who drops a platter. And a dropped platter is, quite literally, a career-ending mistake. On feast days, there is a different rhythm. The noble family dines lavishly. dozens of dishes, trenchers carved from stale bread, roasted game birds, spiced wine, sugared dates, jellies moulded into animal shapes. The servants, meanwhile, double their labour. The kitchen becomes a furnace of activity. Hands burn, feet blister, tempers fray. And at the end, when the platters return and the hall is quiet, there is sometimes a reward. The steward may declare a feast for the staff. A secondary table laid out with what remains. Roast bones picked clean with care. Pies with the crusts gone but filling intact. Bits of honeyed fig. It's not much, but in a world of grey porridge and boiled beans, it tastes like sin. A boy once bit into a leftover sugared plum and wept. He had never tasted sweetness before, but this too is rare. Most days are the same. Black bread, pottage, ale, and perhaps, if the cook is in a fine mood, an egg. There is a rhythm to meals. Morning before the nobles wake, midday after they dine, evening long after the last silver goblet has been polished and put away. Servants eat quickly, and often on their feet. The kitchen does not stop. The fireplace must be watched. The pastry must be kept from burning. The stew must be stirred. Sometimes one eats while walking. A crust of bread held in a cloth. A spoonful of broth taken behind the door. A handful of peas eaten raw. The cook does not permit lounging. There are few things more offensive to him than a seated scullion with a full mouth. And yet, within this austere diet, there is variety. The changing seasons bring different herbs, different grains. Spring brings greens, nettles, leeks, garlic. Summer offers cherries, peas, beans. Autumn brings apples, onions, nuts. Winter brings, well, not much, unless the larder was well prepared. In some manors, the staff are given a ration book, not literal but remembered. 3 loaves per week, a pot of porridge per day, ale twice daily, meat on Sundays, if at all. Each item accounted for, mentally or in written roll, depending on the literacy of the steward. To take more than one's share is not only theft, it is disruption. Others go without, and the balance of the house depends on routine. It's worth noting that not all servants suffer equally. The steward eats better than the stable boy, the nursemaid better than the spit boy. Hierarchy applies even here, even at table. But among the lower ranks there is camaraderie. Bread is shared. Pottage bowls are passed down. A girl may whisper, "Eat mine," and push her plate across the table before hurrying back to the laundry. Small mercies are traded like coin. After the meal, the bowls are cleaned. Not by washing usually. Water is precious, and soap is expensive. Instead they are scraped, wiped, perhaps rinsed with ale. The spoons go back in the apron pocket. The scraps are thrown to the dogs, or to the pigs, or into the fire. The table is wiped, the benches pushed in. And just like that, the meal is over. There is no lingering, no dessert, no conversation about philosophy, hunting, or politics. That belongs to the world upstairs. Below stairs, meals are moments of necessary silence. They fill the stomach just enough to keep the hands moving, the backs bending, the hours passing. They are not memories, they are fuel. Tomorrow there will be more bread, more pottage, more of the same, and so it continues. To serve a noblewoman is not like working in the kitchens, where the heat blisters your hands and the cook bellows like a wounded boar. Nor is it like cleaning the stables, where things are, at the very least, predictable in their unpleasantness. No, this sort of work, the work of the lady's maid, is of an altogether different nature. It is a quieter role. more delicate, but no less exacting. A noble household is a place of hierarchy, and within that world the lady's maid occupies a curious position. Not quite low, certainly not high, but uniquely close. She may eat coarse bread and wear rough wool, but she is privy to the inner chambers of power and emotion. She sees the Baroness without her veil, hears her speak without performance. She knows the smell of her perfume and what she smells like without it. And perhaps, more than any other servant, she must remember that her position can vanish overnight. Let us step into the solar. It's a small chamber, but richly appointed, hung with tapestries, padded with cushions, scented faintly with dried lavender and crushed mint. The shutters are drawn open just enough to let in the morning light, diffuse through oiled parchment. There's a carved chair by the fire, a box of embroidery silks beneath it, and a half-read psalter lying open on the bench. And at the far end of the room, the lady's maid, let us call her Joan, is folding a linen shift with great care. She's been up for some time now. The lady of the house does not rise early, certainly not with the bell. No, her mornings begin when the fire has been relit, the water warmed, and the basin placed just so on the carved wooden stand. Joan has already fetched the day's garments from the chest, chosen with care based on the weather, the day of the week, and whether any visitors are expected. Today it's a green wool gown with squirrel fur lining. Sturdy, respectable, but still soft at the throat. The fur is brushed, the hem shaken out, the lace is checked for snags. A girdle of copper links is coiled neatly beside it. The underkirtle is laid out first, then the shift beneath that. She's placed the slippers by the fire to warm, and now she waits. When the lady stirs, Joan moves quickly, but without haste. Haste is vulgar. She opens the shutters slightly, enough to let in the day, but not enough to offend sleepy eyes. She offers a gentle, "Good morrow, my lady," then turns to the pitcher. Water is poured carefully into the basin, steam rising in pale coils. The cloth is unfolded, wrung out, and placed over the lady's fingers. Nothing is rushed, nothing is forgotten. There is a rhythm to this, and Joan knows it well. Once the face is washed, the hair must be seen to. Joan removes the sleeping coif and begins combing. Carefully, slowly from the scalp down. A noblewoman's hair is her pride, and it must not be pulled or broken. Some ladies wear it braided, others in a net of gold cord, others under a wimple. Today it's to be twisted and pinned beneath a veil. Joan retrieves the pins, sharp little things with carved bone heads, and slips them one by one into her mouth as she works. She uses the same comb every day. Boxwood, oiled to a sheen, the teeth polished smooth by years of use. They talk sometimes, or rather the lady talks. Joan listens. She speaks of court fashions, of the way Lady Marjorie's gown dragged embarrassingly through the rushes at the feast, of how her husband snores, of how her sister sent a letter written in Latin, poorly, as usual. Joan makes small sounds of agreement and interest. She does not contradict. She does not ask questions. She certainly does not laugh unless she's supposed to. She's learned to read moods the way others read books. A glance, a pause, a sigh. These things mean far more than words. Now comes the dressing. It is a slow and careful process. The linen chemise is pulled over the lady's head and smoothed into place. Joan's fingers work quickly, tugging gently at the sleeves, fastening ties. Then the kirtle. a fitted garment that hugs the body and gives shape to the gown above it. This must be laced at the sides, and Joan does it with practised ease. One hand pulls, the other knots. The rhythm is soothing, so long as the laces do not snap. Over this goes the gown itself, wool, green, lined with fur at the cuffs and hem. Heavier than it looks. Joan lifts it, holds it open, helps her mistress step in. She pulls it over the shoulders and begins fastening the sides. There's a particular loop that always catches. Joan has mended it twice already. Then the girdle, clasped low around the hips. Then the veil, which must be pinned just right, framing the face without drawing attention to the wrong parts of it. And finally, the slippers. Once the lady is dressed, Joan takes a step back. She surveys her work. If all is in place, she gives a small nod and says, "Shall I bring the mirror, my lady?" The mirror is not glass, of course. Glass is a luxury reserved for the king's chambers. This is polished steel, and it shows enough. The lady leans in, tilts her head, frowns slightly. Joan waits. She has waited in the same position 1,000 times. Eventually the lady says, "It will do." Joan curtsies and moves aside. The rest of the day is spent in constant motion, but motion without noise. Joan follows her mistress from chamber to hall, always 3 paces behind. She carries the sewing basket, the handkerchief, the cloak. She steps forward to receive letters, to pass along instructions, to offer a drop of rose water to a fainting guest. She waits in doorways, never speaking unless asked, and all the while she listens. There is gossip in this house. Of course there is. There's gossip in every house, but here it comes dressed in silks and sweet words. Joan hears it all. Whispered hints about the steward's accounts. Rumours of the lord's dalliances. Complaints about the cook's pottage. Some of it is nonsense. Some of it decidedly not. But she repeats none of it. She has seen what happens to those who talk too freely. The last maid, Agnes, grew too friendly with the visiting page boy. One overheard word, and she was dismissed within the hour. No references, no wages, no second chances. Joan helped her pack. Neither of them spoke. In the afternoon, if the lady is working on her embroidery or reading her psalter, Joan prepares garments for the next day. She brushes the fur, checks the hems, airs out the bodices. She sharpens pins, polishes buckles, and sews repairs by the light of a narrow window. The thread is always waxed, the needle always fine. When the lady naps, Joan naps too, if only for a moment, seated against the doorframe, head bowed. Always alert, always ready. And when evening comes, she prepares the chamber. She lights the candles, draws the curtains, lays out the night rail. She warms a cloth to place around the lady's shoulders. She helps her undress, slowly, carefully, folding each garment as it comes off, laying it in a neat stack. The slippers go by the fire. The girdle is unfastened, the veil unpinned. Her lady's hair is brushed once more, 50 strokes at least, and plaited loosely for sleep. If the lady is tired, Joan says nothing. If she wants to talk, Joan listens. There are times when the lady weeps softly, turned toward the wall. When this happens, Joan holds out the linen cloth without a word. She does not offer comfort. That would be presumptuous. She offers presence. She sleeps on a straw pallet by the door. Her day ends when the lady's begins. There are nights she does not sleep at all. The lady calls out in her dreams, or demands water, or remembers something important and must send a message. Joan rises without complaint. That is the nature of her work. It is a position of closeness, yes, but closeness is not the same as equality. Still, there is something remarkable in the rhythm, the small acts of care, the unspoken knowledge passed from hand to hand, day after day. The lady never thanks her, not really, but Joan knows her service is seen. And so the days pass, in silence, in folds of fabric, in whispered instructions and perfectly tied knots. Grace, gossip, garments, the tools of the trade, and Joan, moving through it all like a shadow stitched to the edge of noble silk. The kitchen is not the heart of the manor, as some like to say. It is the furnace, the engine, the thing that smokes and sweats and stews long before anyone else is awake, and long after the last candle in the great hall is guttered out. It is not pretty. It is not genteel. And if you're a servant here, it is not quiet. Let us descend into it, stone walls blackened by soot, a central hearth large enough to roast a sheep whole, iron hooks hanging from beams overhead, heavy tables dusted with flour and crumbs and the faint smear of animal fat. It smells of ash and onions, sour ale, wet wood, damp wool, grease, and something burnt that no one has had the courage to identify. The kitchen in a noble household, say that of a wealthy baron or count, is its own little kingdom. And like all kingdoms, it has a ruler, the cook, a large man typically, not in the soft way of a merchant, but thick around the arms, heavy in the foot, with a voice like a dropped cauldron and a vocabulary to match. He has served in 4 households, survived 1 lord's mistress, 2 hunting accidents, and at least 1 food poisoning incident that he insists was not his fault. He does not tolerate waste, or tardiness, or incompetence, especially from the spit boys. Now the spit boy is perhaps the lowest of all kitchen ranks. He is usually between 10 and 13 years old, bony and perpetually scorched. His job is to turn the roasting spit, a long iron rod suspended over the hearth, on which haunches of meat rotate hour after hour. If he turns it too slowly, the meat burns on one side. Too fast, and it cooks unevenly. If he stops altogether, well, there are stories of what happened to the last boy who did that. He left with a welt on his back and a broken tooth. Possibly unrelated, possibly not. The kitchen is organised chaos. The kitchener, a senior assistant to the cook, oversees supplies, barley, beans, dried fish, salted pork, eggs, root vegetables, and the ever-dwindling store of preserved plums. He keeps a tally, not on paper, which is too precious, but in a ledger kept under lock and key, to be consulted only when suspicion arises. Beside him works the scullery maid, her arms red from the wash trough, apron soaked through. She scrubs pots black with soot, knives dulled from overuse, pewter dishes with their dented rims. Her hands are always busy. So is her mouth, usually muttering about someone else's mess. The undercooks tend the boiling pots. One for pottage, one for sauces, one for something that started out as fish, but may now be something else entirely. They stir with long wooden paddles, avoiding the occasional spark or splash. Burns are common. Blisters are ignored. A good kitchen maid learns to keep moving no matter what drips on her shoes. Meals in the manor come in waves, and the kitchen is never still. First comes breakfast, if you can call it that. For the nobility, it is light, perhaps a small bread roll, a slice of cold meat, a cup of warmed ale or watered wine. It is more about status than sustenance. They do not eat heavily in the morning. They leave that to the people who actually do the work. But even for this modest meal, the kitchen is aflame. Bread must be sliced, crusts trimmed, the right kind of cheese found. Butter must not be too hard. The ale must be tasted for freshness, by someone trusted, and preferably not too eager to drink. The servant's own meal, taken earlier and quickly, is nothing so refined. Coarse bread, porridge if there's time, a handful of dried peas if there's not. The real frenzy begins before dinner, which is served around mid-morning or shortly after. This is the largest meal of the day for the noble family. Several courses, a roast, a soup, boiled greens, perhaps a tart or custard. In winter, root vegetables and dried fruit. In summer, fresh herbs and soft cheeses. Each dish must be prepared with care, not because the Lord is a connoisseur, but because he is easily offended. The cook bellows instructions. More salt! No, not that salt. The fine salt. You donkey! Who plucked this capon? It still has feathers on the leg. A kitchen boy scurries off with a limp bird. Another scrapes fat from a pan. A girl is sent to the herb garden for parsley. She comes back with mint. She's sent again. There is hierarchy here, even among the ingredients. Pork is common, mutton respectable, beef less so. It's expensive and hard to keep. Fowl is a treat, especially swan or goose. But the prized delicacy? Peacocks, served with their feathers reattached after roasting. Not for flavour, heaven forbid, but for display. The last one nearly caught fire when the feathers were set too close to the hearth. Sugar is rarer than meat. It is kept in a locked box, used only in pies for feast days, or when the lady of the house is feeling particularly melancholy. Spices are controlled like treasure. Saffron, cinnamon, cloves, pepper. Pepper is weighed, literally weighed. If a servant uses too much without permission, they might find their wages docked, or worse, be accused of theft. A missing spoonful of cloves can be a criminal matter. As the meal is plated, it is not the cook who carries it forth, but the servers, footmen or pages in livery, each with clean hands and steady feet. Presentation is everything. A tray dropped in front of the Lord may as well be a death knell. Figuratively, of course, usually. Back in the kitchen, the cook finally sits. But not for long, because soon enough, it is time to prepare for supper. Smaller than dinner, served near dusk. Leftovers are sometimes used, though rarely for the Lord's table. A meat pie repurposed from morning's roast. A custard set again. But the servants, they eat whatever was scraped from the pan. Sometimes it's enough, sometimes not. The cook pretends not to see a girl sneaking crust from the pie edge, as long as no one else sees. The fire never quite goes out. Ashes banked at night, coals turned gently inward. It is tended in shifts. If the fire dies, it must be relit from scratch, and the cook will not forgive the one who let it happen. There are rules here, unspoken but known. Don't touch the meat before the cook carves it. Don't taste from the ladle. Don't use the good bowl for servant stew. Don't sit unless the cook sits first. Don't sing. Ever. The last boy who sang during pudding making was sent to the stables for a week. Came back quieter. Still hums, but only under his breath. Festivals are another matter. Then the kitchen becomes a war zone. Dozens of pies. Roast boar, complete with apple in mouth. Spiced wine, boiled in vats. Custards shaped into animals. Dishes cooked solely to impress. A fish pie with live birds inside, meant to fly out upon cutting. A marvel if it works, a mess if it doesn't. The servants barely eat on those days, too busy carrying, pouring, fetching, cleaning. But sometimes If the mood is high, the cook throws them a bone, literally. A marrow bone passed to the scullery maid, a lick of honey scraped from a bowl. And when the guests are gone, and the candles extinguished, and the last goblet is polished dry, the kitchen rests. Briefly, the cook wipes his brow. The spitboy slumps against the wall. The scullery maid dunks her arms into the trough one last time. The work is hot. It is endless. It is badly paid. But it is safer than the fields and warmer than the stables. And so they stay. Because tomorrow, before the sun rises, someone will need to boil water. The kitchen may roar, and the great hall may dazzle, but behind the scenes of a medieval manor, behind every plucked goose, counted coin, and carefully tapped barrel, stands a man with parchment in one hand and suspicion in the other. The steward. He does not boil. He does not sew. He does not serve. But nothing, truly nothing, happens without his consent. His realm is not the hearth or the field or the chapel, but the quiet ink-stained desk tucked away in the solar's outer chamber. Here, beneath shelves of scrolls and ledgers, in the company of tally sticks and weighted seals, the steward keeps the manor running. Let us begin with the books, not the romantic kind. These are dry things, leather-bound, rough-edged, with columns of names, numbers, debts, and deliveries. There is no poetry here, just dates, weights, and the quiet panic of arithmetic done by candlelight. Every sack of flour, every bolt of wool, every bushel of oats, all recorded. The steward knows how many hens should be laying, how much ale has gone missing, and precisely how many candles were used during the ladies' vigil last Tuesday. He keeps a wax tablet by his side for quick notes, scratched and scraped smooth again, over and over. His fingers are stained from ink. His back is stiff from sitting. He is not a man of drama. He is a man of detail, and he sees everything. Each morning, before the bell for matins, the steward walks the estate. Not for exercise, he would far prefer a chair, but for surveillance. His eyes scan the courtyard, noting a wobbly cartwheel, a broken fence post, a pig that looks suspiciously thin. He pauses by the stables. Too much straw used last week. He makes a note. He inspects the larder. Fewer hams than he expected. Another note. The staff know to keep busy when he's about. A servant leaning too long by the well is a servant inviting scrutiny. He walks with a pace just fast enough to make you uncomfortable. He speaks little, but when he does, it carries weight. Why was the linen order late? Why is the barley delivery light? Why are 3 candles missing from the scriptorium? He rarely raises his voice. He doesn't need to. He is the one who calculates wages, approves rations, and determines who receives new boots in the winter. He knows whose sister is ill, who owes a debt, who is related to the cook. Favour can be won, but only cautiously. The steward's room, what the staff call the counting room, is small, square, and far quieter than the rest of the manor. A single narrow window let in a beam of light, usually dust-streaked. The desk is broad and covered in parchment. Stacks of records rest nearby, weighted with stones. There's a cupboard of sealed boxes, each with its own key. He carries most of them on a chain beneath his tunic. This is where receipts are stored. Not like modern receipts, but letters from tenants, lists from suppliers, tallies from the reeve. Every penny that enters or leaves the estate is accounted for, at least in theory. If the steward is clever, and most are, he allows small losses here and there, just enough to keep things moving, but never so much as to suggest incompetence. he is not entirely alone in this work. The bailiff oversees the agricultural side of things, ploughs, harvests, livestock. The reeve, a peasant elected by fellow villagers, keeps order among the labourers. The steward listens to them, takes their reports and files them away. But he does not trust them. Trust is dangerous in his line of work. Once a week, sometimes more, the steward sits down with the lords of the manor. This is a delicate business. The lord does not care to hear about grain rot or the price of tallow. He wants to know that his coffers are full, his tenants are quiet, and his wine cellar suitably stocked. The steward provides just enough detail to reassure, but not enough to bore. My lord, the barley yield was 2 carts short, but the ale store remains sufficient. My lady's cloth order arrived from Coventry, though the purple dye is lighter than desired. The southern fields fence has collapsed. Repair is underway. He delivers news like a physician delivers a diagnosis. Calm, measured, precise, even if the patient is half dead. There is a cold power to this position. The steward does not order, not like a knight might. He does not threaten, but he can recommend. And a recommendation from the steward, say that a particular servant is unreliable, or that a cook's assistant has been careless with flour, can end a position overnight. That's why, when he enters the kitchen, the laughter stops. When he appears in the hall, servants straighten their backs. He is not cruel. He is not even particularly stern. But he is the one who writes it down. And in a world where most of what you do vanishes into thin air, the person who keeps the record matters more than you'd like. His tasks extend beyond food and wages. He manages rent collections from the manor's tenants, peasants who farm the lord's land in exchange for coin or labour. He records when they pay late, when they beg mercy, when they flee in the night. He walks the boundaries of the fields twice a year, muttering about hedgerows and trespasses, measuring with a knotted rope. He handles inventories of wine, of grain, of firewood. He checks the lock on the silver chest, inspects the linen stores, and audits the beehives. He does not tend them, he merely ensures they are tended. And then there is the hiring. New servants must pass through him. He reviews their origin, their references, and, if they are literate, their penmanship. He is wary of charm. A clever boy with too much polish may be a thief. A girl too shy to speak may hide a temper. He makes notes, keeps a list, updates it. Each holy day or feast, he must calculate costs. How many guests, how many courses, how many candles burned per hour. He checks the cook's request for raisins. Too many. He trims it down. He asks why there are no pigeons on the menu. The falconer blames the weather. The steward marks it down. He is never idle. Even when seated, his mind ticks. What is missing? What is overspent? What hasn't been counted? And yet, he is not heartless. Now and then, he looks the other way when a maid takes a crust of pie. He ignores a stable boy's second mug of ale on a hot day. These are calculated mercies, too strict, and the household rebels, too lenient, and the roof caves in. At year's end, the steward compiles the great roll, a parchment of terrifying size, listing income, outlay, wages, losses, and debts. It is presented to the lord with a wax seal, often read aloud. A ritual of permanence. What was, and what was spent. This is when the steward shines. For though his life is lived in shadow, in numbers and whispers, he is the memory of the manor, the thing that prevents collapse, the one who knows what the lady's necklace cost, how many arrows the armoury holds. And when the gardener last trimmed the privy hedge, he does not fight in battle, he does not entertain in the hall, but he knows how much lamp oil was used last winter, and that sort of knowledge can be a weapon all its own. At night he sits alone. He drinks a modest cup of wine, writes one more line in the ledger, scratches a note to remind himself to count the geese in the morning. Then he folds his hands and thinks, because tomorrow the hay must be tallied, the tallow weighed, and someone must answer for the missing spool of linen thread. And he already knows who it was. The manor is humming, not with music, though that will come, not yet with laughter or the tinkling of goblets. No, this sound is older, more urgent. It's the hum of work. Broom bristles across flagstones, pails clanking in stone corridors, knives being sharpened against whetstones, voices calling out orders sharp as bells. A festival day approaches, and if you're a servant in a wealthy medieval household, this is not cause for celebration, it's cause for alarm. Because feasts, in all their glitter and glory, do not prepare themselves. They are built from bone and broth and blisters, from sweat and scalds and sleeplessness. They are forged in the hands of the kitchen staff, the scullery maids, the steward, the pages, the stable hands, the poor trembling boy tasked with polishing every pewter dish before dusk. And for all this labour, not a single bite of goose will pass your lips, not unless you steal it. And even then, best be quick about it. Let's begin, as always, at dawn. The steward has already been up 2 hours, tallying the stock. The cook is pacing in his slippers, threatening violence to anyone who misplaces a sprig of rosemary. The kitchen smells of smoke, herbs, onions, and the faint panic of undercooked pastry. Today, the noble family hosts a feast in honour of St. Martin's Day, or the Lord's birthday, or the arrival of a cousin from London. It doesn't matter. The reasons change. The effort does not. The menu is ambitious. Of course it is. There will be 4 courses, each with multiple dishes. Roasted meats, spiced stews, fresh bread, savoury pies, sugared fruit, perhaps even peacock. Skinned, roasted, then redressed in its own feathers for show. A culinary resurrection with a beak like polished gold, and an expression of eternal judgment. In the kitchen, the spitboys have been turning the joint since first light. One rotates a leg of mutton. Another manages a game hen that keeps slipping on the rod. The fire is fierce. The smoke burns. The back of the room is already covered in ash, and the scullery maid is coughing her way through the dishes. She scrubbed the same pan 3 times. Not because it's dirty, just because there's nowhere else to go. By mid-morning, the floor is a battlefield of flour and footprints. The cook is shouting about a missing tart. Someone's boiled the custard too long. The kitchener is down in the root cellar, arguing with a rat. The rat is winning. In the great hall, things are only slightly more serene. The pages have begun arranging the long trestle tables. They scrub each plank with vinegar and lemon peel to hide the scent of yesterday's turnips. Linen cloths, carefully pressed, are unrolled. Pewter goblets are lined in pairs, all facing the same direction. Cutlery is scarce in this age, so most guests bring their own knives. But the Lord's table naturally is set in full. Herbs are scattered across the floor. Lavender, thyme, rosemary, partly to mask unpleasant smells, partly to show off. Only wealthy houses can afford wasteful fragrance. In the corner, the minstrels tune their instruments. Not loudly, mind, not yet. A wrong note at this stage could provoke a nervous steward into subtracting their bread allowance. Meanwhile, the lady's maid is ironing her mistress's best veil over a box of warm stones. The gown is blue wool, trimmed in fur, worn only on feast days. The lady has been in a mood all morning. A jewel is missing from her girdle, and she suspects, wrongly as it happens, that the laundry girl is to blame. The laundry girl, for her part, hasn't been near the solar in weeks. She's elbow deep in soap suds, wringing out a tapestry someone spilled candle wax on during last week's vigil. Upstairs, the noble family prepares at their own pace. Downstairs, the servants are moving like they've been lit on fire. Now comes the preparation of the showpieces. One is a pastry shaped like a castle, filled with spiced minced meat and dyed with saffron. Another is a roasted swan with gold leaf on its wings. The final touch will be a subtlety, a sugar sculpture shaped like a hunting scene. The sugar was imported at great cost. The sculptor, a young man with nimble fingers and a look of eternal anxiety, is sweating profusely. "Don't breathe too hard near the stag," he mutters to no one. He tips over. In the stable yard, the grooms are brushing down the horses, just in case a guest asks for a tour of the grounds. The stable boy is sent to fetch a hound for display near the high table. The hound smells, but he's decorative. In the kitchen, the steward appears. All conversation stops. He says nothing at first. He walks slowly, arms behind his back, observing. A scullery maid drops a spoon. A boy pretends he didn't just sneak a plum. The steward inspects the bread loaves, counts the pies, taps the ale barrel, makes a note on his wax tablet. He nods once and leaves. The kitchen exhales a little. Midday arrives. The guests are beginning to arrive. Lesser nobles, neighbours, men of the cloth. They dismount in the courtyard, greeted by the porter and shown through to the hall. Cloaks are taken, boots are wiped, gloves are warmed by the fire. The first course is served. Servants line up, each with a dish, moving in rhythm through the great doors. Pages dart forward to open them. The cook watches from the kitchen, tense as a drawn bow. The food must be hot, it must be upright. It must be, above all, impressive. Roast pork with apples. Fish in aspic. Boiled capon with parsley. A man stumbles, but the platter stays level. The hall bursts into praise. The cook sighs in relief. The servants retreat, wait in the wings, and prepare the next wave. Meanwhile, their own stomachs growl. There will be no dinner for them until the third course is served. And even then, it will not be in the hall. It will be hunched in the corner of the utery, licking grease off crusts and gulping the dregs of ale. Someone once tried to sneak a roasted quail from the Lord's platter and was caught with it halfway down their sleeve. They were dismissed before dessert. The steward never even raised his voice. The second course is served. A sweet and sour rabbit, followed by onion tarts, followed by boiled carrots and leeks, followed by a custard that looks fine but has curdled slightly. No one mentions it. The noble guests drink deeply from their goblets and laugh too loudly. The minstrels begin to play, a slow melody on pipes and lute, light enough to keep conversation flowing, heavy enough to drown the occasional belch. The third course brings the subtleties, a sugar castle, a pastry lion, and the infamous stag. It has survived, antlers intact. The sculptor, standing in the shadows, nearly weeps with joy. At last the fourth course. Nuts, dried fruits, candied ginger, wafers, cheese. The guests nibble. The cook collapses onto a bench. The servants eat what they can, where they can. Bread crusts, chicken scraps. A handful of raisins if no one's watching. No one thanks them. No one mentions them. They are not supposed to be seen. When the feast ends, the real work begins. Platters are cleared. Bones collected. Ale barrels drained. The tables are wiped. Linens gathered for boiling. The rushes are swept up and thrown into the fire. The cook issues final orders, already thinking about tomorrow's bread. The lady removes her veil and hands it to her maid without a word. Her shoes are kicked off. Her girdle unfastened. She complains about the music. The servants do not comment. Hours pass. Candles are snuffed out. Trays are stacked. Dishes are rinsed. Ashes are swept. By midnight, the manor sleeps. And in the kitchen, one boy eats the last corner of a meat pie, cold from the shelf, and calls it the best thing he's tasted in months. The noble household is never truly quiet. Even in the middle of the night, after the candles are snuffed and the hearths banked to coals, there are still footsteps. Soft, measured, unshod. A door creaks open. A figure slips through. Somewhere someone speaks too softly to be overheard, or too loudly for their own good. This is not the noise of revelry or labour. It is the sound of secrets. And if the manor has secrets, then its servants are the keepers. Not because they wish to be, and certainly not because anyone has trusted them with confidences. Quite the opposite. The work of a servant places them, quietly, constantly, in corners, alcoves, behind drapes, beyond doors left slightly ajar. They are there when people forget they are there. They listen because they cannot help but hear. They remember because they cannot afford to forget. Take, for example, the chamberlain, the personal attendant to the Lord. He is responsible for the Lord's wardrobe, his private rooms, his schedule, and occasionally his excuses. He handles letters, lays out tunics, and stands silently during conversations not meant for his ears. But he hears them nonetheless. Affairs of land, alliances, debts, whispered names, said with too much meaning. The Lord rarely glances at him, sometimes calls him by the wrong name, never asks if he's married, doesn't know or doesn't care that he isn't. Yet the chamberlain knows what the Lord fears, what he covets, whom he envies. He has seen the letters he pretends not to have received. He knows that the Baron drinks before matins on feast days, that he has a sword hidden behind the wall panelling, that he once told his confessor he hated his eldest son. He says nothing. He writes nothing. He simply waits. There is also the lady's maid, who, by now, has heard far more than her mistress would be comfortable admitting. The snide comments about visiting nobles, the sobbing fits after letters arrive, the rage when a favoured gown is spotted on another woman at court, the obsession with a silver comb gifted long ago and never worn. The maid knows how often the lady takes her tincture. She knows about the midnight visits from the chaplain. She knows which drawer the lady hides her jewellery in when her husband is angry. And she has seen, once or twice, bruises where there should be none. But she says nothing. She is not a fool. Even the stable boy, lowest on the manor's ladder, has seen things he shouldn't. He saw the knight's page hand a pouch to the steward's assistant, something clinking faintly inside. He saw the Baron's youngest daughter ride out alone, without an escort, and returned flushed and breathless an hour later. He once found a letter, unopened, tucked into a saddle blanket. He cannot read, of course, but he recognized the seal. It belonged to the same cousin who was later disinherited. He buried the letter in the dung heap. No one ever asked about it, but they watched him more closely afterward. Then there is the household priest, or chaplain, technically not a servant, but close enough. He hears confessions. He gives sermons. He blesses the bread and wine and makes polite conversation at supper. He also knows who tithes more than they can afford, who cheats, who steals, and who sleeps in the wrong bed. He writes none of this in the parish roll, but he knows which servants are honest, which are clever, and which have seen too much. Not all secrets are whispered. Some are stored in ledgers, kept locked in the steward's chamber. Ledgers that show odd purchases. A second bolt of velvet not delivered to the lady's wardrobe. An overpayment to the mason for repairs that never happened. The steward notes it all. He doesn't correct the numbers. He simply adds them to a mental column labelled "useful later." In a household of rank and ritual, information is currency. Not coin, servants rarely have much of that. But the knowledge of who borrowed whose horse without leave, or who has been sneaking down to the kitchens at night, or which noble has a taste for something the church disapproves of, that is valuable. Most of the time, that knowledge remains tucked away, like an unused candle. But now and then, someone lights the wick. A footman might mention, casually of course, that the steward's son has been staying in the guest wing. Odd, for someone not listed in the rolls. A chambermaid might recall that a certain guest always asks for fresh rushes, twice a day. Curious, really. The floor is dry. This kind of gossip is traded quietly. Often not for gain, but for survival. A cook's assistant who knows the laundry-maid is with child, though unmarried, may hold his tongue until he needs someone to cover his shift. Then it becomes a bargain. Just this once, he'll say. And it is. Until the next time. Secrets are not always about scandal. Some are small, strange, mundane. A page who pretends to be noble-born, but was really a cooper's son. A maid who can read, and does, quietly, late at night, by the kitchen fire. A scullery boy who hoards candle stubs to melt into a lump and sell in the village. No one asks, no one tells, but everyone sees. In the evenings, after the nobles have gone to their beds and the fire has burned low, the servants sometimes gather, not formally, but in corners and corridors. Someone sharpens a knife. Someone darns a stocking. Someone mutters about the steward's new boots. These are not relaxed moments. They are simply pauses, the kind you find between storms. And if someone starts to say something, a little too boldly, the others glance toward the shadows. The manor walls are thick, but not deaf. One servant, years ago, tried to sell what he knew. He took a letter, private, sealed, and passed it to a travelling friar. The friar reported it. The servant was dismissed before the hour was out. No one saw him leave. The story is told often. Not for warning, just as a reminder. Even death does not silence everything. There was a nursemaid, long gone now, who cared for the Baron's children. She saw them born, saw them grow, saw what they became. She lived in a small room above the kitchen, with herbs hanging from the beams and a cat no one liked. She died in her sleep one winter, holding a wooden toy she'd carved. After her death, someone found a bundle beneath her bed. Letters, bits of cloth. a broken ring. No one knows what became of them. But the Lord's second son was sent abroad that spring, and he never came back. The servants know, even if they say nothing. They know which door creaks open just before dawn. They know which child belongs to which father. They know who favours the wine too much, who fears the priest, who locks their door with trembling hands. But the key to survival in a noble household is not what you know. It's knowing what to forget. The servants who last, the ones who grow old in their aprons and livery, are not the boldest or the brightest. They are the quiet ones, the patient ones, the ones who understand that to speak truth is to invite ruin, that the safest place for knowledge is behind your teeth. There is power in silence, a hard, heavy sort of power. And so they go about their tasks, pouring wine, folding linen, lighting lamps, with eyes lowered and ears wide open. The Baron laughs in the great hall, unaware that the steward has read his last 3 letters. The lady frets over her gown, unaware that her maid found the poem in the hem. The chaplain preaches about virtue, unaware that the stable boy saw him leave the lady's chamber, barefoot and flushed. The manor holds many secrets, but the servants carry them, and they never, ever drop them. A medieval household, even a well-run one, is not a place where things go perfectly. It is not a machine. It is a living thing, full of wooden beams and weathered stone and human beings who forget, who falter, who slip. And when they do, when something breaks, burns or disappears, someone is always to blame. Sometimes it's no one's fault. Sometimes it's the wind, the rain, a rat in the flour sack, or just bad luck. But noble households do not run on generosity. They run on order. And when that order is disturbed, it must be punished. Let us begin with something small. Say a servant knocks over a goblet during supper. The lord is in mid-sentence, gesturing grandly, and a young footman, nervous and new, sets down the tray too quickly. The goblet tips. Red wine spills across the white linen. The lady gasps, the steward frowns, the footman stands frozen holding his breath. The punishment may be minor. A docked wage, a sharp word, a day spent cleaning the privy steps with a rag and vinegar. But it is not forgotten. Mistakes are remembered in this house, especially by those who tally wages and keep track of linen stains. Now, say a servant drops something more important. A silver spoon, for instance. Not into mud, but into the fire. It melts before it can be retrieved. The spoon was engraved. A wedding gift from the Baron's uncle. No one uses it, but it is meant to be there. And now it isn't. This is no longer a mistake. This is carelessness. And carelessness suggests a lack of respect. The servant may be summoned to the steward's chamber. He will be made to explain. He will not shout. No one shouts in front of the steward. He may say he was tired, that he meant no harm, that he tried to retrieve it. The steward will nod, write something down, and close the ledger. The servant will be sent to the outer fields for a week, or perhaps removed from household duty altogether. There are always ditch-digging crews in need of extra hands. The work is heavier, the food is worse, and there is no fire to warm your hands at the end of the day. Worse still, the punishment might come in silence. No word spoken, no sentence declared, but suddenly no one meets your eyes. You're given fewer tasks, less important ones. You're not trusted with the fine napkins or the ale keys. The steward never calls your name again, and in a week or two a new boy arrives. He is placed in your spot at the table. He wears your apron. Your mattress is moved to the coldest corner. One morning, you are told that your services are no longer required. You're given a half loaf of bread and shown the door. That is how it ends for many. There are greater offences, of course. Theft, for one. Even something small. An extra strip of bacon, a candle stub, a trinket from the lady's chest. If discovered, it changes everything. Punishment varies. If the lord is in a generous mood, the thief might be publicly dismissed, with a handful of coppers and a warning never to return. If the household is strict, or if the item stolen is of value, the servant might be beaten. Not in rage, not even out of cruelty, just because it is expected. One does not allow theft to go unpunished. That would be chaos. The beating is done in the courtyard, usually. A short speech is made about honour, or trust, or loyalty. Then the servant is whipped with a leather strap or birch rod. A few lashes. Enough to mark. Enough to remind. The younger servants are made to watch. There is no cheering. This is not a sport. But the message is clear. Sometimes the law is invoked. Rarely, but it happens. A servant who steals a silver goblet might be turned over to the reeve, or even brought before the manorial court. There, the punishment is no longer private. It is public. Stocks, perhaps. Or branding. Or imprisonment in the local jail, if there is one. That servant does not return. The manor keeps his wages. But not all disasters are the result of sin. Some are simple accidents. A scullion girl slips on a wet floor and breaks her wrist. She can no longer scrub pots. The cook, short-staffed, assigns her to peeling onions. She peels poorly. She is replaced within the month. An undercook mishandles a knife and gashes his thigh. He tries to keep working, bandaged and limping. The wound festers. He is sent to the almoner for treatment, but he never quite recovers his place. Another is brought in to take his spot. The kitchen keeps moving. The knives keep chopping. A stable boy falls from the loft. No one knows how. He wakes confused, limping. The Baron's son claims he saw him drunk on cider. The boy is beaten for negligence. He insists he never drank. It doesn't matter. The Baron's son is believed. The boy is dismissed. There are also misunderstandings. A footman caught speaking too freely in the hall. He was only repeating what he heard the steward say about the wine barrels. But it's taken as insult. The steward says nothing. But a week later, the footman is assigned to mucking out the latrines. He never speaks freely again, or a maid is seen leaving the chaplain's quarters. She says she was delivering laundry. Others suggest otherwise. Nothing is proven, but she is moved to the outer buildings. Her new quarters are colder. Her tasks are heavier. The message is clear. In a noble household, reputation is everything, and servants have very little to protect them when it falters. Even illness is viewed with suspicion. A boy with fever is told to keep away from the bread. He does, but someone else catches the sickness. Bread is blamed. The boy is sent away. He may recover. He may not, but he will not return. Death, too, visits the manor. It does not knock. A cook once collapsed into the fire. Heart stopped mid-stir. He was pulled from the flames half-burned. The steward arranged for a burial. The kitchen was cleaned. A new cook arrived 3 days later. Life continues. The servants know that their place is never guaranteed, that a single misstep, a single bad day can turn into disgrace, that their names are written in chalk, not ink. And so, They are careful. They speak softly. They carry trays with both hands. They polish every spoon twice. They nod when spoken to. They keep their heads down. But sometimes even caution is not enough. A girl is accused of stealing lace. She didn't. The steward's niece planted it. The girl pleads, cries. The lady listens but shrugs. The girl is dismissed. No one stops her. The steward's niece smirks. The cook sees it. He never says a word. But 2 weeks later she finds her shoes missing, her tasks doubled, her name mysteriously omitted from the ledger. She complains. The steward says nothing, but the cook smirks. Justice, when it happens, is quiet. Just as disgrace is quiet. It arrives like fog. One morning you are one of them. The next you are not. And no one ever explains why. The end of the day in a noble medieval household does not arrive like a closing curtain. It does not sweep in all at once with thunder or fanfare. It arrives instead the way dusk seeps into a room through a crack in the shutters. Quietly, gradually, and entirely expected. The great manor slows, not stops. It exhales. And the servants, after hours of bending, polishing, scraping and serving, begin the final rituals of the day. Not relaxation, there is no such thing in service, but closure. The long night is a different kind of work. Dinner has passed. The great hall, once alive with the scrape of knives and clatter of trenchers, is cooling to stillness. The guests have returned to their chambers. The nobles sit in the solar, drowsy with meat and wine, their words drifting like smoke. In the kitchens, the final pots are being scrubbed. Not with soap, too precious, but with sand and ash, scoured clean by blistered hands and old cloths. The scullery maid, her arms sore to the shoulder, mutters under her breath as she scrapes crusted fat from the bottom of a spit pan. She's been on her feet since sunrise. Her knees feel as though they belong to a much older woman. Across the stone floor, the cook is giving his final orders for the next day, without turning from his seat, eyes half closed, tankard in hand. He names things like a priest reciting liturgy. Oats, lard, marrow bones, garlic, barley, goose. Each word is a command. Each one carries consequences if forgotten. One of the undercooks scratches the list into a wax tablet, trying not to drop it into the fire. He will rewrite it in the morning when his hands are steadier. The fire is banked, not extinguished. Never that. It must smoulder through the night so that the cook does not start from cold come morning. A fire that has gone out is not simply an inconvenience. It is a confession of laziness, a black mark. The hearth breathes quietly now, reduced to glowing embers and the occasional pop of pitch from an old log. Elsewhere in the manor, in its many rooms and recesses, the servants begin the closing gestures of the day. The chambermaid lays out clean linen at the foot of the Lord's bed, smoothing it with practised hands. She places a sprig of mint on the pillow, not for beauty, but to mask the sour air. The nobleman rarely bathes. Few do, but the bed must smell fresh. The Lord's Chamberlain checks the latch on the wooden chest beside the bed. It contains the man's belt, rings, a worn prayer book, and a dagger he keeps for peace of mind. The Chamberlain does not touch the dagger. He simply ensures it's where it should be. Down the hall, the lady's maid is folding her mistress's gowns into the carved oak coffer that holds her finer things. Each fold is precise. The veil is laid on top. Hairpins are counted and returned to their small pouch. A misplaced pin may be dismissed as clumsiness once, twice, and it's laziness. 3 times, it's theft. The lady is brushing her hair in slow strokes, half lost in thought. She does not speak. The maid does not prompt her. In time, the lady will hold out the brush without a word. The maid will take it, tie back her mistress's hair, unlace her gown, and help her into her linen night shift. Then she will place a warmed stone wrapped in cloth beneath the blankets, so that the lady's feet will not find chill when she slips into bed. It is an intimate ritual, repeated nightly, made sacred by repetition. And when it is done, the maid retreats to the mat she keeps by the door. She will sleep there, lightly, listening. The servants' quarters are not quiet yet, not entirely. Most lie above the stables, or beneath the manor itself, in stone-walled rooms with one window too small to crawl through. The air is cold. It smells of wool, dust, and sometimes regret. A dozen servants may sleep in a single room, men and women in separate chambers. Privacy is a luxury. Silence is a choice. Some pull off their boots and collapse. Others whisper across the dark, voices low and dry with fatigue. Not gossip. There's no energy for that now. Just the final scraps of thought before sleep pulls them under. A girl counts out her remaining thread, trying to mend her only tunic before the fabric gives way entirely. A boy tries to remove a splinter from his palm with a bent needle and a curse. Another writes a letter by candlelight, though he cannot read it aloud without stammering. The oldest servant in the room, a laundress with crooked fingers and one eye turned slightly askew, pulls the blanket over her shoulder and hums a tune that no one knows. It is not for them. It is for the rhythm of the place, the hum of labour wrapped in melody. In the upper levels, some servants remain awake by duty. The night watchman makes his rounds with a small lantern and a cudgel. He walks the perimeter, taps the doorposts, checks the gates. Occasionally, he nods to a stable hand tending a restless horse. There is not much to guard against. Most threats come from inside, not without, but it is custom. And custom, like everything in the manor, must be followed. The chaplain sits in his chamber, reading by firelight. He is copying a psalm onto a scrap of vellum. His Latin is rough, his ink running low. He may not finish it, he doesn't mind. The steward too stays up longer than most. He adds the day's tallies to his ledger. 2 bolts of linen issued to the laundry. 1 bottle of oil spoiled in transit. 3 candles burned to the wick in the great hall. He notes the maid who spilled broth. He marks the kitchen boy who worked beyond his hours. These details matter. They form the skeleton of the house. He puts down the pen, rubs his brow, sips from the same cup of ale he began 3 hours ago. Then he locks the ledger. He places the key beneath his pillow. He, too, sleeps. By now the manor is still. The only sounds, the slow hiss of embers in the kitchen, the creak of beams adjusting to the cold, the quiet breath of people too tired to speak. And beneath it all, a current of obedience. There is no rebellion here, no revolt, no grand drama. The discipline of the house is not enforced with whips or chains, but with rhythm, with custom, with duty. A servant wakes, works, eats, and sleeps, not because anyone shouts at them, but because they know no other way. The day ends because it must. The night begins because it always has. A life shaped not by choice, but by pattern. Yet even in the dark, there is memory. A kitchen maid stares at the ceiling, remembering the time she saw her brother pass through the village, years ago. He had gone to fight for the Earl. He wore boots twice as fine as hers. He didn't recognise her. A stable boy dreams of horses. He dreams they speak to him. A page dreams of being a knight, but wakes cold, with straw in his hair. And some do not dream at all. They lie still, folded in on themselves like cloth placed back into a chest, waiting for the bell, for the footsteps above, for the scraping of iron on the kitchen grate, the return of light, and with it another day of folding, scrubbing, bowing, fetching, and remembering their place. The night does not ask for anything grand, just that they be ready again, to light the fires before the gentry wake, to empty the chamber pots before the first knock at the door, to place the pitcher and bowl just so beside the bed, to polish the spoon, lace the boot, press the seam, to do everything the same as yesterday, and do it better. This is how the manor survives, not through lords and ladies, but through those who labour in silence, beneath the floorboards and behind the tapestries, those who end each day not with applause, but with aching hands and folded blankets, and rise again tomorrow as if nothing ever hurt at all. Good morning. You're awake. Not because you've had enough sleep. Don't be ridiculous. But because the stone floor you were using as a mattress has successfully leached the last bit of warmth from your body. Also, the cook stepped on you. Twice. That's just how your day begins when you're the lowest ranking life form in a medieval castle. Welcome to the thrilling career of a scullery maid. You are unpaid, unwashed, and largely unnoticed unless someone needs something cleaned or someone else to blame. You sleep beside the hearth because it's the only warm place in the kitchen, and by warm we mean marginally less cold than outside. Your bedding is a burlap sack filled with straw that has seen better decades. It smells like burnt fat, wet wood, and crushed ambition. Your shift, that's your one piece of clothing, is made of coarse, undyed wool that doubles as both pyjamas and uniform. It's been boiled maybe twice this year. Probably once. Possibly never. You rise before the sun. Before the roosters. Before God, it seems. Why? Because everything that needs to happen before the nobles wake, fire, water, bread, cleaning, is your responsibility. Technically not yours alone, but let's be honest, the other girls know how to hide when work is handed out. You haven't learned that trick yet. Or maybe you just weren't born slippery enough. The hearth is dead. The embers have gone cold overnight. That's bad. A scullery without fire is like a knight without armour. Still dangerous, but mostly just pathetic. You shuffle outside into the pitch-black courtyard, barefoot, because your shoes disintegrated last spring, and were repurposed as door insulation. The flagstones are wet and jagged. You gather kindling with hands too numb to feel splinters. Back inside, you crouch by the hearth and begin coaxing flame from damp wood and angry thoughts. Eventually the fire crackles to life, and you hold your fingers above it until they stop resembling corpse fingers. You're now ready for your next task, water. The castle does not have plumbing. It has you. You haul wooden buckets from the well. Gallons and gallons of water, heavy and sloshing, balanced on a yoke across your narrow shoulders. It takes multiple trips. Your arms burn. Your back screams. Your knees wobble like boiled barley. And you haven't even reached breakfast yet. By the time the kitchen staff starts filtering in, yawning, stretching, scratching, you're on your fourth trip to the well. No one thanks you. No one even makes eye contact. You are furniture with legs, that's all. The cook bursts in like a thunderclap, in a bad mood. She's sweating already, barking orders, and armed with a wooden spoon that's been repurposed as a disciplinary device. She shouts something about the stew pot still being crusty. That's your cue to start scrubbing. Again. You scrub pots until your knuckles bleed. No soap, of course. That's for rich people and sinners. You use ashes, sand, and lye. If someone remembers to make it, the lye burns. So does the ash, in its own gritty way. You've developed something between a callus and a chemical burn on your right hand. The left one's worse. The scullery is a room of punishment disguised as a workspace. There's no ventilation. The one window is permanently clogged with soot. Everything smells like meat that's been boiled too long, and something else you don't want to identify. You spend most of your day hunched over basins, scraping grease from pewter trenchers, and slapping rats off the table with a ladle. Let's talk about rats. They run this place. You just work here. Mid-morning arrives. You haven't eaten. There's a heel of bread in your apron, hidden and dry as chalk. You gnaw on it behind the doorway, trying not to look guilty. You fail. A kitchen maid spots you, reports you, and now you're assigned to latrine pot duty for the rest of the week. Congratulations. Later, you get promoted to onion duty, which is just a fancy way of saying cry professionally for 2 hours. You chop onions until your face is a waterfall. No one asks if you're okay. Everyone assumes you're just weeping from your station in life. Around noon, the nobles take their first meal of the day. You carry in dishes, step precisely where you've been told, and do not make eye contact under any circumstances. Nobles don't like to be reminded that servants have eyes, or faces, or thoughts. You hold a pitcher for a full hour and are never asked to pour. Your arms go numb, that's normal. After the meal, you clean again. The same trenchers, now slick with gravy. Bones tossed carelessly under the table. Half-eaten pies, chewed grapes, and something that may have once been a fish. You scrape it all into the slop bucket. You're not allowed to keep scraps, but you might sneak one. Just once. Just the crust. Just the edge. Just enough to keep standing. Afternoon blurs into evening. You haul more water. You peel more roots. You mop the floor. You sweep the hall. You get blamed for the dog vomiting in the solar, even though you've never even seen the solar. Doesn't matter. You were there. Spiritually. As the sun sets, dinner prep begins. It's louder now. Hotter. The hearth is blazing, smoke filling the rafters. Someone drops a pot. The cook screams. A fire nearly starts. You slap it out with your apron and keep moving. You're allowed to eat again, this time from a shared bowl passed between 5 girls. The stew is mostly liquid. A floating root, a grain of barley, and a suspicious chunk that might be squirrel. Doesn't matter. You eat it. It's food. Finally, dinner is served to the nobles. You stand nearby again, a background character in someone else's pageant. Your feet are soaked. Your back is locked. You haven't spoken in hours except to say, "Yes, cook." "Sorry, cook." Or, "It won't happen again, cook," whether or not you know what happened. Night falls. Dishes again. More scrubbing. Bones stuck to the pan like medieval cement. Your hands are shaking now. Not from cold. From exhaustion. You're dismissed with a grunt. You crawl back to your sack near the hearth. The fire has dimmed to glowing embers. You press close to the stone for warmth. Your tunic is still damp. You smell like smoke, onions and fatigue. Someone's already asleep beside you. Someone else is crying quietly. You don't ask who. You don't want to know. You lie there for a moment, not asleep, not quite awake, thinking about what came before this. You didn't choose this life. No one chooses to be a scullery maid. You were born into it. Your mother worked in the dairy until her back gave out. Your aunt did laundry until she caught fever from the river. Now it's your turn. You're part of the great medieval inheritance, suffering passed down like a ladle. There's no path up. You don't become a cook. You don't marry the steward. You don't get promoted to lady's maid and learn embroidery under soft candlelight. That's fiction. You grow older. Your hands get worse. Eventually, you're too slow to scrub the pots, and they replace you with someone younger, cheaper, and less likely to fall asleep standing up. So, you pay attention to the little things, the rhythm of the kitchen, the shifting alliances between servants, the unspoken rules of survival. Never correct the cook. Always share the driest part of the bread with the girl who's bleeding. Stay out of the steward's way. If you hear a noble's footsteps behind you, move immediately or risk being trampled, physically or socially. There's gossip, of course, the only currency the servants have. Someone swears the chamberlain is sleeping with the lady in waiting. Someone else says he's in love with the choir boy. Someone saw the knight with the red beard eat 5 figs and throw up into his own helmet. That one is probably true. When there's a wedding or a feast, it's chaos. 3 times the guests, 10 times the work, and no time for anything but frantic scrubbing and silent praying. The nobles celebrate, you blister. By the end of those nights, you're not even tired. You're hollow. And then there's winter, the worst of it. You work through your own cough, your own fever. You wear the same shift for weeks, layered with scraps. There are days when the water in your bucket freezes before you can get back to the kitchen. You keep going anyway, because if you stop, someone else takes your spot. And because you've been told that suffering without complaint is a virtue, especially for girls like you. You used to have a name. People used to say it. Now you're just girl. And maybe you there. You're not special. You're not a hero. You're just another invisible cog in the castle machine. And yet, the castle runs because of you. Because you get up before the sun. Because you know how to quiet a squeaky hinge with goose grease. Because you remember which bucket is clean and which one holds the mop water. Because you scrub the pans until they shine like coins you'll never hold. No statue will ever be carved for you. No song sung. But if you disappeared tomorrow, the kitchen would fall apart in a week. You don't sleep well. You twitch. You ache. Your dreams are strange and half-formed. Sometimes of green fields, sometimes of boats sailing away, sometimes of nothing at all. You wake with your mouth dry and your arms heavy. Another day begins. Another day exactly like the last. And no one notices. Except maybe Lord Crumbs. You are the spit boy. Congratulations or condolences. It really depends on how much you enjoy rotating slowly in front of open flame while contemplating your life choices. You're somewhere between 8 and 12 years old, small enough to crouch under the hearth, old enough to not cry every time you burn yourself. You are either orphaned, sold, or your parents were very persuasive when it came to convincing you this was an opportunity. Your job is to sit on a stool, if you're lucky enough to have one, beside the great kitchen hearth and turn the spit. All day, slowly, clockwise mostly, until someone tells you otherwise. Sometimes you're told to stop. Sometimes you're told you were turning too fast or too slow, or that you weren't turning it with enough noble dignity. Once, someone accused you of cheekiness because you blinked too often. It's hot. Hot in a way that feels unnatural. Like living inside a loaf of bread that's halfway through baking. Your cheeks are constantly flushed. Your hair is always damp. Your tunic, singed at the hem, smells like every type of meat that's ever passed through this kitchen. You used to like the smell of roasting duck. Now it gives you migraines. Burns. Constant. Blisters. Everywhere. The kitchen has no sympathy. You're just expected to get better at dodging. If you blister your palm, wrap it in a rag. If your eyebrows singe off, grow new ones. If you faint, try to land somewhere that won't spill anything. You don't get breaks. The meat doesn't care if your arms are tired. The fire doesn't care if you're sweating so hard it's dripping into your eyes. The nobles expect their roast goose to spin at the correct angle and pace, or heads will metaphorically roll, sometimes literally, depending on how drunk the steward is. On special feast days, the spit gets longer. Bigger birds, whole pigs. Once, an entire deer. It took 2 of you to turn it. Your partner had a lazy eye and a mean streak. He'd let go of the crank at random intervals, just to watch you panic. You haven't seen him in a while. Rumour has it he's been reassigned to the kennels. You hope the dogs are treating him fairly. You sit for hours in the same position. Your knees go numb. Your back knots up. One time, your foot fell asleep so hard you thought you'd gone lame. The steward called you dramatic and threw a turnip at your head. The kitchen is chaos. Shouting, boiling, clanging. People running into each other with trays of oysters and jugs of wine. You are the eye of the storm. Nobody thanks you. Nobody remembers you. But if that roast comes out uneven, someone will blame the boy who turned it. When the meat is finally declared done, you help pull it off the spit. Carefully. The fat sizzles. The grease drips. If you flinch, you get scolded. If you hesitate, you get slapped. Then it's on to the next roast, or the stew, or the pies, or the boiling cauldron that smells like fermented onions and despair. You don't really know what time it is, ever. Your entire life is firelight and hunger. Sometimes, if you're lucky, someone throws you a bone, literally, not a metaphor. A half-gnawed bone with just enough meat on it to pretend you had lunch. You eat it in the corner with your hands, hunched like a little animal, and then go back to turning. By late afternoon, the fire has turned your cheeks red, and your lips dry and cracked. Your hands are black with soot. You've inhaled so much smoke that you cough like someone 4 times your age. You're still rotating. You hear the sound of plates clattering, and nobles laughing in the hall above. You'll never go there. You're not allowed. That room is clean and bright and full of soft chairs and white bread. You exist so they don't have to. Eventually, the feasting ends. That doesn't mean you're done. It means you now get to help carry trays of half-eaten meat back down to the kitchen. You don't get to eat it. You carry it. You scrape bones into a slop bucket, rinse goblets, and drag the roasting spit into the scullery for cleaning. It's heavy. Your shoulder aches. You pretend you don't feel the blister bursting under your palm. Someone shouts that the Lord wants a roast prepared for his hounds. You start the process all over again, The dogs will eat better than you tonight. Again. It's late now. Your tunic is stuck to your skin. Your hair is stiff with grease. Your hands are shaking, and not just from fatigue, from hunger too. You finally get a bowl of pottage. It's thin, just boiled grain and a few soft turnips. You slurp it down in the corner. You don't talk to anyone. There's nothing to say. Everyone's too tired to pretend they're people. You clean the tools. Dull knives, the spit, the hooks. Everything must be spotless before the steward's rounds. If he finds a smear of fat, you're scrubbing it with your own spit. If you're lucky. If not, you're on floor duty in the Lord's privy the next day. Night settles like smoke. The kitchen quiets. The last pots clatter into place. The cook finally stops yelling. You sit near the dying fire, too sore to lie down, too wired to sleep. A rat crawls past. You don't flinch. You're too tired to care. You think about your old life before the castle. You were a shepherd's son, maybe? Or your parents ran a mill? Maybe they still do. Maybe they forgot you. Or maybe they were just desperate. One less mouth to feed. There's no path out of this. The best you can hope for is that your burns heal properly and that your back doesn't twist too early. If you're lucky, maybe you'll graduate to assistant cook by age 20. If you survive that long. Winter is especially cruel. The castle walls are thick, but the draught still cuts through like a blade. Your station by the hearth should be a blessing. Warmth, light, fire. But it's not warmth. It's exposure. One side of your body roasts, while the other side freezes. You rotate like the meat. A human kebab of fatigue and frostbite. You don't have proper shoes. You wrap your feet in scraps and try not to stand in puddles. When you walk, your knees pop like old door hinges. When you crouch, you wonder if you'll ever uncrouch. There are days your fingers are so stiff from cold and burns you can't tell if you're holding the spit or it's holding you. And your health? You don't have that. Your cough has become part of your personality. Your skin peels from heat rash, then cracks from cold air. You smell constantly of scorched fat, which sounds delicious, but makes people avoid you. You've burned the same forearm so many times it looks like overcooked pork. No one offers a remedy. The apothecary is for nobles. You're told to rub it with pig lard and keep turning. The hierarchy in the kitchen is strict. You are beneath the kitchen maids, beneath the butcher's assistant, beneath the boy who fetches eggs. You are the lowest. Even the dog that begs for bones is higher than you. At least it gets scraps. Sometimes the steward nods at you. That's the highlight of your week. You wonder, not often but sometimes, what your life might look like if you ever left. Then you remember, spit boys don't leave. They either grow up to be other kinds of servants, or they don't grow up at all. You settle into your spot by the hearth again, legs folded, arms hugging your knees. The flames are lower now, but your skin still burns where yesterday's blisters cracked open. You stare into the coals and imagine what it might feel like to be warm without hurting. You don't know. You've never felt that. Outside, snow is falling. Inside, meat is sizzling. And in between them, forgotten and ignored, you keep turning, like you always do. You know how every castle or town needs someone to deal with the human waste? That's you. You're a gong farmer, which is a polite medieval way of saying professional human filth remover. If it goes in the chamber pot, you take it out. If it ends up in the latrine, you get it back out again. You are the bottom of the bottom, scraping the literal cesspit of society. And somehow, it's a real job. One that paid better than some others. But before you get excited, remember, it paid better because no one else wanted to do it. Your shift starts at night. Not because you're nocturnal, but because no one wants to smell or see you during the day. You're banned from public markets until you've bathed. Not that bathing helps. The stink doesn't wash off. It lives in your pores now. You're the reason people cross the street and pretend they didn't see you. Your tools, a rake, a bucket, and a shovel. Your uniform, layers of thick wool stuffed with moss and whatever you can find to try and block the smell. It doesn't work. The smell finds a way. It always does. Your job is simple. Go to the cesspits. Dig out the compacted, fermented, semi-liquid remains of everything the castle or town has flushed into the earth for the last 6 months. And get it out before it overflows into the streets. You climb down into the pit. Yes, down. Ladder optional. Rope if you're lucky. The smell hits you like a brick wall dipped in sewage and fermented despair. It burns your eyes, coats your tongue, and makes you wonder what choices in life led you here. You breathe through your mouth, but it doesn't help. Now you can taste it. You descend slowly, boots squelching on the moist slope of decomposing waste. The pit is ankle-deep in places, knee-deep in others, and bottomless in imagination. You rake through it all. The recent stuff is bad, but the older layers? That's where the nightmares live. Grey sludge, black crusts, slick masses that burble and shift as if they're thinking about becoming sentient. You don't ask questions. You dig. And what are you digging through? Human waste, of course. Animal waste. Broken chamber pots. Straw soaked with fluids you'll never identify. Bits of food. Bits of cloth. The occasional dead rat. The occasional dead... other thing. Once you found a chicken. You still don't know how it got down there. You buried it with some dignity. Sometimes, if you're lucky, you find coins, dropped from nobles who used the latrine in a hurry. You pocket them. You've earned it. Once your bucket is full, you haul it out. You dump it into your cart, an open wooden box on wheels that creaks like it resents you. You repeat this process a dozen times. More if the castle's had a feast recently. And you always do it at night, under torchlight, because the people above don't want to see the cost of their comfort. You work in silence. No one talks in a cesspit. Once your cart is full of what medieval records gently call night soil, you roll it through the quiet streets. The wheels leave tracks. The air behind you wilts. If anyone sees you, they gag or mutter a prayer. One kid once threw a cabbage at you. You threw something back. You're not proud of it. You head outside the town walls to the dumping grounds, usually near the fields. Because guess what? Waste gets reused. All that filth you collect? It becomes fertilizer. The very same nobles who won't look you in the eye are unknowingly eating vegetables grown in their own refuse. That's what you call medieval recycling. By early morning, you're done dumping, but not done working. You return to clean your tools, which means rinsing them in a pond that's already halfway ruined. You wash your boots, your clothes, your hands. It doesn't help. The stink clings. Your neighbours can always tell what shift you've worked. Some won't sit near you at meals. Some won't even share a table. You try not to let it get to you. You tell yourself it's honest work, important work. If you stopped showing up, the entire castle would flood in filth within the week. You're not a hero, but you're what stands between society and ankle-deep disaster. You eat alone most days. Your bread tastes like ash. Not because it's burned, just because everything smells like ash, and worse now. You drink ale because the water's not safe, and because, frankly, being sober around your own job is a kind of masochism. Winter is the worst. Not because it's cold, though it is, but because everything freezes. The waste freezes. Your hands freeze. Your breath turns to steam, and then to regret. You've got to hack through icy crusts with a shovel just to reach the warm, steaming horror beneath. It's the only time you'll ever see something warm and be upset about it. Summer isn't better. Summer bakes everything. The stench gets airborne. Flies swarm. Wasps show up for reasons you don't understand. You sweat so much it soaks through your shoes. You've tried everything to mask the smell. Vinegar, crushed herbs, even rubbing yourself with mint leaves. All it does is make the stench floral. People joke about you behind your back. Smells like a gong farmer is an insult. Some people assume you're stupid. You're not. You know how to brace a ladder with one leg while hauling 40 pounds of waste up a rope with the other. You know which side of the pit is safer to stand on after rain. You know which torch oils don't explode when dropped into methane pockets. That's science. Or something like it. And here's the kicker. You make more money than most servants. Yep. This is one of the few medieval jobs that actually paid well. Not luxuriously. You still live in a one-room hut on the edge of town. But better than a cook's helper or a baker's boy. Because no one else wants to do what you do, ever. They'd rather starve than crawl through what you crawl through. That's your leverage, your curse, your wage. By night's end, you're done. You drag your empty cart back to the yard. You lean your shovel against the wall. You sit down on a log. Not because it's clean, but because it's there. You sleep outside when the smell gets too bad. Your wife, if you have one, insists. Your kids say you smell like boiled cabbage and sin. You can't argue. They're right. You close your eyes, but the scent stays. It always stays. You smell it even in your dreams. Your hands don't look like hands anymore. The skin is always cracked. The fingernails black from grime. No matter how long you soak them, the calluses stay. You've stopped trying to scrub them clean. The soap costs more than your dignity. You used to be able to smell flowers, grass, firewood, not anymore. Your nose is broken, not physically, but spiritually. All you can ever smell now is rot. If a cart of apples rolled past you, you'd think they'd gone off. You've been rewired. Sometimes the castle guards joke with you. They say things like, "Don't fall in," and laugh like that's the first time you've heard it. You smile politely and pretend it's funny. Once, one of them shoved you near the edge of the pit for a laugh. You didn't smile that time. You have dreams, rarely, about becoming something else. A baker, maybe. A scribe. But when you wake up, your hands still smell like last night. And so you rinse your face, adjust your sackcloth tunic, and walk back to the pit. Because even in dreams, someone has to carry the bucket. As the sky turns grey and the roosters begin their song, you haul your last bucket, scrape your last shoe, and exhale into the morning. The castle will wake soon, oblivious. The nobles will relieve themselves into gilded bowls, unaware of what happens after. And you'll vanish into shadow again, like the stink you carry. That's your job. That's your role. That's your day. The gong farmer, cleaner of kingdoms, forgotten by all, remembered only by the flies. You wear shoes. That alone makes you higher in rank than 3/4 of the castle staff. They're stiff leather, curled at the toe, and they squeak when you walk, which is unfortunate, because silence is part of your job. You're the apprentice to the chamberlain, which means you carry ledgers, memorize inventories, and pretend to understand what the words protocol and accountability really mean. You're not noble, of course. Don't get any ideas. You're a servant, but you're a servant with access. You enter rooms others only clean. You witness things most peasants couldn't spell. You fetch parchment, write numbers, and maintain calm when the countess is screaming that her linens smell like goat. Your day begins before the lords rise. You wake in the servants' hall near the good fire, the one not used for cooking rats or heating piss buckets. You splash water on your face, comb your hair with your fingers, and brush your tunic clean with your own sleeve. Presentation matters. First task, candles. You walk the long hallways replacing the stubs with fresh tallow tapers. Beeswax is for the chapel and the great hall only. Everyone else gets the cheap stuff that smells faintly of sheep. As you move from room to room, you know anything out of place. That's your second job, to notice. If the salt cellar is low, you write it down. If the wine stock is 2 casks short, you investigate. If the chamber pot in the guest room is full, you find someone else to deal with it. You delegate downward. It's tradition. The chamberlain is already awake, of course. He never sleeps, or so it seems. He's a narrow man with a sharp nose and sharper expectations. He smells faintly of ink and dried lavender. His robes are always spotless, and he always knows when you've made a mistake, sometimes before you make it. He speaks in lists. 2 bolts of woolen broadcloth, 4 barrels of lamp oil, 1 visiting friar with dietary demands bordering on heresy. You nod, write it all down, and pray you don't spill ink again. Last time you did, he made you recopy an entire month's ledger by candlelight, while the steward watched and chewed pickled herring directly into your ear. Your job is part clerk, part courier, part scapegoat. When the linens go missing, it's your fault. When the firewood is damp, it's your fault. When the lord's hunting dog defecates in the guest stairwell, somehow, still your fault. Mid-morning is for inspections. You follow the chamberlain through halls and chambers like a silent, scribbling ghost. He taps walls, lifts bed covers, tastes wine, sniffs rushes. You nod and record. You try not to sigh. Once you caught yourself yawning and spent the rest of the day organising dry peas by size and colour. You envy no one in this castle, except maybe the cook's dog, who at least gets to bark without consequence. Lunch is not a break. It's a logistical nightmare. Who eats what, when, and where? And who is seated 2 spots away from whom, so no one accidentally reignites a blood feud over pigeon pie? You carry seating charts, correct titles, and gentle reminders that Lady Cressida is no longer speaking to Lord Alric since the Lent wine incident. After the meal, the chamberlain reviews accounts. You sit across from him in the solar, reading aloud each line item. Wax, fish, salt, horseshoes, ink, wool, barley, mead, soap, barley again. The list never ends. Occasionally he asks you for the weight of a cask, or how many loaves can be cut from a stone of flour. If you hesitate, he raises 1 eyebrow. You'd rather be slapped. Then come the visitors. nobles from another estate, a wandering knight, some distant cousin who's somehow always between holdings. They arrive with trunks and egos and dietary needs. You show them to their chambers and take careful notes on what linens they receive, not because anyone will thank you, but because someone will absolutely blame you when they vanish. You're also responsible for the castle's keys, or more accurately, for fetching them. The armoury key, the wine cellar key, the upstairs wardrobe key that fits nowhere but is still important. You carry them in a pouch tied tightly to your belt, and you touch them reflexively like prayer beads. Losing them would be a career-ending scandal, possibly a beating, possibly exile, possibly worse, permanent latrine duty. By late afternoon, the lists have turned to logistics. A shipment of salted herring is late. A bolt of velvet has gone missing. A priest drank too much and is asleep on the chapel floor. The kitchen is out of vinegar. The stables need more hay. The steward has opinions. You listen, you nod, and you draft a polite response in the chamberlain's hand. Sometimes you draft love notes. Yes, really. There's a noble lady who insists on communicating only via letters. She dictates them to you behind a curtain while feeding her lapdog strawberries soaked in cream. You write what she says, edit out the madness, and deliver the wax-sealed nonsense to a knight who blushes like a baker's oven every time he opens one. Evening approaches. Candles again. You pass through the halls with a taper and a snuffer, relighting what's gone out, trimming what's burned too low. The halls are quieter now. The nobles drink, the servants breathe, and you are somewhere in between, not invited to either world, but required in both. You check on the guest rooms again, fluff the rushes, straighten the curtains, ensure that no one has died, spilled wine, or eloped without proper documentation. By now your feet hurt, your head pounds, and your fingers are stained with wax and ink. You haven't eaten since morning, but you won't eat until the chamberlain finishes his supper and dismisses you. Sometimes he forgets. You sit outside his chamber for an hour while he recounts stories from his youth to a bored page boy who probably dreams of becoming a knight. You doze with your chin in your palm and your stomach caving in. Eventually the door opens. You're dismissed with a flick of two fingers. You bow, murmur thanks, and retreat to the servants' quarters. Your bunk is narrow. The fire's out. Someone else has stolen your blanket again. You lie down, still half-dressed, and stare at the ceiling. You wonder if this is what power smells like. Tallow, ink, sweat, and lavender. You used to think working near the nobles would be exciting, that you'd hear secrets, learn how power works. You've heard the secrets, all right, mostly about hemorrhoids, stolen pastries, and who thinks whom is insufferable. As for power, it's just more rules, more ways to fail. The Chamberlain says you're learning discipline. What you're learning is exhaustion. What you're learning is how to be invisible, indispensable, and ignored at the same time. You've become fluent in silence, skilled in being present but forgettable. There's talk of promotion. Maybe one day you'll be assistant to the steward, or manage the cellar books. Maybe. More likely, you'll keep doing this until your back gives out or your eyes go bad from reading numbers by candlelight. There's no pension, just a slower decline, and still you show up, because your work keeps the chaos stitched together, because the castle doesn't run without you. because someone needs to make sure the salt stock matches the winter ration plans. And because if you don't, someone will notice. You drift off to sleep counting barrels in your head. You dream in inventory. You wake when the first bell rings. It's still dark. You stand up, stretch your aching legs, and adjust your squeaky shoes. It's time to relight the candles. And begin again. The other servants tolerate you. Barely. You're not one of them. Not anymore. You wear cleaner clothes. You use words like allocation and inventory. But you're not one of the nobles either. They forget your name even as you light their hearths and refill their inkwells. You exist in the middle, a walking reminder that power trickles down slowly and responsibility floods upward. And still, you show up. Because showing up is what keeps the castle standing. And tomorrow, like today, you'll carry the lists, count the candles, and be blamed for everything that goes wrong. You start your day in a barn that never quite sleeps. The horses stir before the sun rises, snorting clouds of steam into the frozen air, hooves clattering softly in stalls layered with straw and the occasional rat. You are the stable boy. That means you shovel, you brush, you haul, you get kicked, often, but mostly you apologise to creatures that outrank you in both grace and nutrition. You sleep in the hayloft above the main stable, if you can call it sleep. The floorboards are thin, and the horses below never stop shifting. You hear everything. A tail swishing. A hoof stomping. The unmistakable sound of something large defecating very close to your pillow. Your hands are already cracked before dawn. You pull on the same stiff boots, the same sour-smelling tunic, and climb down the ladder. The cold hits you like a slap from God. You start mucking out the stalls. One by one. Shovel, pitch, shovel again. It's not glamorous. It's not even tolerable. But it has to be done before the master of horse arrives, or else you'll spend the morning with a split lip and a lecture on discipline. You work fast, but not too fast. Moving too quickly spooks the horses, and spooked horses are worse than angry nobles. They bite, rear, and crush. You've already broken 2 fingers and once got a hoof to the ribs that left you coughing blood for a week. Still you love them, the animals. They don't lie. They don't yell. They don't pretend to be better than you. The stable smells like hay, manure, sweat, and horse, which is somehow worse and better than anything inside the castle. You don't mind it anymore. You've stopped smelling things the way regular people do. You know the scent of a healthy stallion versus one with colic. You can tell when a horse is nervous just by how it breathes. These animals make more sense than most people. After the stalls are cleared, you fetch feed. Heavy sacks of oats and hay bales stacked high in the loft. You lower them one by one, careful not to twist your back again like last winter. You nearly passed out and the master said, "He's faking it," before throwing a bridle at your head. Feeding is a delicate dance. Some horses are greedy, some are shy. Some will bite your hand if you reach at the wrong moment. You've got scars to prove it. You pat their necks, check their hooves, and whisper nonsense to keep them calm. They know your voice. They trust you more than most nobles ever will. Mid-morning means grooming. You brush, curry, clean hooves, and untangle manes. You pluck burrs, wipe noses, and scoop more dung than you care to count. If the lord is riding, you polish the tack until it gleams. Not because he'll notice, but because the master of horse will. And if anything is amiss, it's your hide that gets tanned, not the leather. Sometimes the nobles bring dogs into the stable. hunting dogs, loud, twitchy things with more pedigree than sense. You clean up after them too. No one ever says thank you. When the Lord decides to ride, and he always decides last minute, everything changes. The stable turns into a whirlwind. You saddle his best gelding, the one that doesn't like to be touched. You check the straps 3 times. You wipe the bit with a cloth. You make sure the stirrups are exactly how he likes them. Too short, of course. Because fashion over function is eternal. Then you stand aside, quiet and invisible, while he mounts. If the horse fidgets, it's your fault. If he slips in the mud, it's your fault. If he falls and breaks a nail, it's probably still your fault. You'll hear about it for weeks. In the meantime, you fetch fresh water, sweep the yard, and stack more hay. The smell of leather and sweat clings to your skin. Your shoulders ache, your arms throb. You've pulled muscles you didn't know existed and bled in places that shouldn't. You get a break sometimes, but it's not restful. You sit on a stool, sip warm ale from a tin cup, and stare at the dust motes drifting through the air like exhausted ghosts. You don't talk. Your jaw hurts from clenching it. Your body hurts from existing. But the horses still need brushing. In winter, it's worse. Your fingers go numb even inside gloves. The troughs freeze. The breath from the horses steams in the cold like dragon smoke. You break ice with a hammer just to get them a drink. Sometimes you wonder if anyone inside the castle even knows the stable has no insulation. In summer, you're a walking blister. You sweat through your tunic, your shirt, your soul. Evening arrives with flies. Clouds of them. They gather in the corners of the stable, buzzing like tiny curses. You swat them away half-heartedly while cleaning out the last stalls. One of the older mares has soiled her bedding 3 times today. She's nervous. Bad weather is coming. You feel it in your joints, the way the air shifts. You know before the sky even darkens. You sweep again. You rake again. You scrub the troughs with a fistful of straw and an old brush that lost its bristles 2 years ago. No one replaces it. No one notices but you. The master of horse checks in one last time. He grunts if he's pleased. He yells if he's not. You've learned to measure your day in the distance between his voice and your face. You sneak a few carrots from the feed room. One for the grey mare, who doesn't bite. One for the chestnut, who only bites strangers. They nuzzle your hand with soft velvet noses. It's the closest thing to affection you get. When the sun goes down, you climb the ladder to the hayloft again. Your bed is a pile of rags and straw. It smells like mildew and saddle oil. You lie down in your clothes. There's no point undressing. You'll only have to put it all back on in 5 hours. You listen to the horses breathing. You listen to the wind pressing against the wooden slats. You count hoofbeats in your dreams. You'll be up before dawn. Again, no one at court knows your name. They call you boy, even though you're nearly 17, and your back creaks like a drawbridge. When you pass in the halls, they wrinkle their noses. Not because you're rude, but because you smell like a life they don't want to imagine. Still, some nod. The kitchen maid leaves you crusts. The blacksmith grunts a greeting. Once, a knight gave you a silver coin because you calmed his stallion before battle. You still have it. You don't plan to spend it. It's proof that you're not invisible. You're not stupid. You know you won't rise high. There's no ladder from stable boy to steward, no horsebrush that turns into a sword. You're not going to become a knight, not even a squire. But you know animals, And that's something. You know how to wrap a wound, calm a foal, and spot a lame leg before it gets worse. You matter in a quiet way. You've seen what happens to boys who can't take it. They leave, or break, or disappear one night after a whipping. No one asks questions. You do your job and keep your head down. In bad weather, the stables leak. In summer, the hay rots. In winter, your breath ices on the rafters. But the horses are still there, waiting, breathing, trusting. And that's enough. Not always, but most days. So you close your eyes, listening to the weight of hooves in straw, the creak of wood, and the soft breath of creatures that never judged you. Tomorrow it starts again. You are the stable boy, and the horses need you. You don't stay for the praise. There isn't any. You stay because the horses know your voice, because they nicker when they hear your boots, because in a world full of orders, lies, and punishments, this is the one place where you're trusted, not for who you are, but for how you move, how you speak, how you listen. And that kind of trust, that's rare, even in a castle. You wake up with a paw in your mouth. Again, it belongs to a turnspit dog, short-legged, long-bodied, vaguely miserable, like a sausage with trauma. He's sprawled across your straw pallet, snoring softly, his fur matted with kitchen grease, and what might be duck fat. You don't mind. He's warm. And honestly, he smells better than most of your co-workers. You're the turnspit dog keeper, which means you are the invisible, overworked, underfed bridge between noble cuisine and the medieval animal treadmill. Yes, that's a thing. The dogs run, the spit turns, the meat cooks, and someone has to make sure the dogs don't die, snap, or sit down mid-roast. That someone is you. Your shift begins before the fire's even lit. You get up, stretch your back until it clicks, and immediately step in something wet. Hopefully water. Probably not. The dogs are restless. They know what's coming. You haul the first of them from the pallet. A stubborn mutt named Snipe. He bites you. Lightly. You deserve it. He's been on spit duty 3 days in a row. You rub his ears, mutter an apology, and lead him into the kitchen. The fires are already smoking. The cook is yelling about Swan again. You open the turnspit wheel. It looks like a hamster wheel, if hamsters weighed 30 pounds and had job-related trauma. Snipe crawls in. You latch the gate behind him. He starts walking. The spit begins to turn. The roast, boar maybe, begins to spin. Now you watch. You time, you bribe, you beg. The trick is keeping them moving without pushing them too hard. If the dog slows down, the roast cooks unevenly, and the cook throws things. Hot things, sharp things, emotional things. If the dog stops completely, the spit jerks, the meat slips, and you spend the rest of the morning being told that you've ruined Christmas. It's May. There are 4 dogs. You rotate them like wheels on a cart. 2 on duty, 2 resting. But none of them really rest. They just whine, twitch, and gnaw on old bones in the corner, while you rub their legs and whisper encouragements like you're raising canine gladiators. You clean the wheels too. Not because anyone tells you to, but because they squeak loud enough to make the cook's temples throb. You learnt that lesson last month, when a squeal mid-banquet earned you a ladle to the forehead. Sometimes the Lord himself walks through. He doesn't speak to you, just nods vaguely toward the meat and compliments the earthy flavour. That's your sweat, and probably some dog hair. You're welcome. Feeding the dogs is another gamble. They're not supposed to eat scraps from the noble table, but you do it anyway. No one wants to run on an empty stomach, and dried peas aren't exactly performance fuel. So when no one's looking, you slip them bits of goose fat or crusts soaked in gravy. They love you for it. Until one of them bites your thumb off, which almost happened last week. Burns are common. Your forearms look like parchment. The kitchen is a furnace. Even in winter, it's a wall of smoke, heat and shouting. In summer, it becomes a punishment from God. The fire never goes out. Not really. Even at night, it smoulders. And you sleep nearby, just close enough to be useful, just far enough to be forgotten. You've inhaled so much ash that your snot comes out black. Your cough sounds like a dying bellows. Your eyes are permanently red, which at least hides the tears. You used to think dogs were cheerful, loyal, friendly. Now you know better. These are working dogs, bred not for companionship, but for endless mechanical endurance. They don't want affection, they want your bread. And if you're late feeding them, they organise a rebellion. You once walked into the wheel room to find 3 of them sitting in a circle, chewing your shoe. No one taught you how to train them. You just learned by trial, error, and blood loss. You keep a stick nearby. You don't like using it. You really don't. But sometimes they refuse to run. Sometimes they dig in their paws and stare at you with the eyes of an animal who knows it's part of a joke it can't understand. You've named them all. Snipe, Button, Maud, Guts. Guts is the mean one. He only likes you when you feed him bacon grease. Otherwise he growls like a brewing storm and snaps at your ankles when he's off duty. You think he sees the world the same way you do. Tired, greasy, and full of smoke. Once, a noble child wandered into the kitchen. She pointed at the dog wheel and said, "Look, a spinning puppy." You smiled. Then her tutor yanked her away and glared at you like you'd exposed her to something indecent. You didn't say a word. You never do. At some point, you realise your posture's changed. You walk hunched now, from years of ducking under low beams, crouching beside dog pens, and carrying iron spit still hot from the fire. Your hands are covered in calluses and burns. Your knees ache when it rains. You're 17. You used to dream of being a falconer. You thought maybe you'd train birds, walk through forests, wear a leather glove and squint at the sky like you understood something. Now you can't even hear birds over the constant drumming of paws in a wheel. When you do get a moment alone, you sit by the back door, just out of sight. You let one of the dogs curl up next to you, usually Maud, the quiet one. She's the only creature in the kitchen that doesn't demand anything. She just breathes, warm and real, and you rest your head against the side for a minute. Maybe 2. Then the bell rings again. More meat, more spinning. No one thanks the dog. No one thanks you. At night, you scrub the grease from your arms with sand and prayer. You curl up in straw, listening to the slow pant of sleeping dogs and the lingering sizzle of fat in the hearth. You dream of running. Not from anything, just running. And the wheel keeps turning. Sometimes you hear the nobles talk about the charm of rustic kitchens. They mean the decor, the roasted swan, the smell of herbs they think came from the garden, and not from the sweat of the scullery maid who harvested them barefoot in the dark. They don't know you exist. They don't know the dogs exist. If they do, they think it's quaint. A detail for the minstrels to include in their songs. the turning hounds of House Wexford, or something equally oblivious. You once overheard a bard say that turn-spit dogs enjoy the exercise. You nearly choked on your own laugh. You've learned a strange patience working here. You don't argue. You don't complain. You just keep the wheel turning. You feed the dogs, tend the injuries, clean the wheel, and hope the day ends without blood. You've seen worse. One boy got his hand caught in the gearing last year. He doesn't work here anymore. You're not sure if he died or just became someone else's problem. You have a small cloth pouch hidden behind a beam. Inside is a bit of cheese you've been saving, a button shaped like a flower, and a dog's tooth. Guts lost it during a particularly bad day. You keep it like a relic, a reminder that even the meanest dog can break under pressure. Your ears ring from the shouting, from the heat, from the spin. Your bones hurt. Your stomach is never quite full. But every once in a while, one of the dogs nuzzles your arm after a long run, and in that brief, strange moment, you feel seen. Not by the castle, not by the cook, but by something living. And for now, that's enough. Because in this place, even the smallest kindness, a warm side, a steady breath, a dog that doesn't bite, is worth holding on to. Especially when the fire never goes out and the wheel never stops. You fall asleep to the sound of paws on wood, and wake to the same, as if the night itself is on a spit, slowly turning. You wake well before dawn, in darkness and cold. The castle walls don't hold warmth, not for the likes of you. The embers in the hearth are long dead, and your breath fogs in the air above your rough blanket. You sit up, every joint stiff from yesterday's labour. Your hands are already sore, though you haven't touched water yet. You are the laundress. And that means water, soap, fire, and pain. You dress quietly, pulling on a damp wool kirtle that smells faintly of smoke, tallow, and lye. The apron goes over it, stained and stiff with salt from old sweat and splashes of boiled linen water. You wrap a scarf around your hair, shove your feet into cracked leather shoes, and move like you're already late. Because you are. The castle is mostly asleep as you pass through the cold stone halls, carrying a basket filled with the previous day's laundry. Shirts yellowed with sweat, underthings damp with fear, linen napkins stained with wine or worse. Some of these pieces belong to nobility, and any error, any shrinking, tearing, staining, will be treated as a personal offence. You've seen girls dismissed over a scorched tablecloth. You've nearly been whipped over a missing chemise. In the courtyard, you fill 2 wooden buckets at the well. The pump groans. The water splashes cold and loud in the morning silence. You carry the buckets balanced on a yoke over your shoulders. It digs into your skin with every step. Past the smokehouse, past the scullery, to the yard where the great copper boiling pot waits blackened over yesterday's ashes. You light the fire underneath with trembling hands and flint. By the time the water starts to steam, the air is sharp with smoke and your fingers are red with cold. You mix in a scoop of lye, made from hardwood ash you soaked and filtered last week. The liquid goes cloudy. You stir it with a long wooden paddle, careful not to let it splash. The burns on your arms are still healing from the last time you slipped. With the lye water heating, you sort the laundry. Coarse linens in one pile, fine ones in another. The lord's shirts and the ladies' undergarments are treated with reverence, not for what they are, but for what happens to you if they're returned imperfect. Woolens stay separate. You don't boil wool. you've seen a full cloak reduced to the size of a doll's coat in one careless afternoon. You begin with the soak. Linens go into the hot, lye-laced water and are stirred gently to loosen the stains and stench. Then comes the scrubbing. At a flat stone slab near the well, you kneel and press a servant's tunic down hard against the rock. You rub soap into the fabric, black soap, made of tallow and lye, harsh on the cloth and worse on your hands. You scrub it in strokes, knuckles whitening. The stone is rough and the cloth is heavy, waterlogged and stubborn. When you dunk it into a barrel to rinse, the water clouds instantly. You smile faintly. Progress. The rinse water is cold. So cold your fingers go numb within minutes. You work anyway, switching hands, clenching them to keep the blood moving. Every now and then, you blow on your fingers and flex your wrists, but it barely helps. You think of other women, the scullery maid, the wood carrier, and know they're cold too. It doesn't make you feel better. It just reminds you you're not alone. Once the worst of the dirt is out, you haul the linens to the stream that runs behind the outer wall. There, in the shallows, you beat the larger items, sheets, tablecloths. With a wooden paddle, you swing and smack and swing again, the water splashing up your sleeves. Every blow knocks out dirt. Every splash soaks your skin. You can barely feel your knees in the mud. Around you, a few washerwomen from the village do the same. No one speaks. No one needs to. The only sound is water, wood, and the occasional sigh. When the linens are beaten, rinsed, and twisted dry by hand, a process that leaves your shoulders screaming, you drape them over bushes or on long ropes strung between trees. In summer, they dry in the sun. In winter, you hang them near the hearth, praying they don't catch fire. Damp fabric and open flames make uneasy neighbours. You tend the fire again, check the boil, stir the next batch, fetch more water. You lose track of time in the repetition. Haul, soak, scrub, wring, hang. By midday you can't feel your forearms. By afternoon, your lower back is a knotted rope. There's a moment, though, when the lady's veil comes clean, a stubborn wine stain finally gone. You hold it up, steaming, white against the smoke-dark sky, and feel a flicker of pride. Brief. Then you spot a fray at the hem and mutter a curse. You'll have to patch it and pray no one notices. When all is hung and steaming gently in the afternoon wind, you sit for a moment on an upturned bucket, just to breathe. You tear a bit of crust from the pocket of your apron. Hard bread, mostly stale, but food all the same. You chew slowly and watch the linen dance in the wind. Then you're back at it, collecting the dry, folding the crisp, cold shirts, checking for mist stains or lingering damp. You sort the noble garments into a separate basket, laying a cloth between each folded item like layers of armour. You will deliver these by hand, quietly, without making eye contact, without drawing attention. You are invisible. You must stay that way. At the kitchen door, you exchange a nod with the scullery maid, who smells like fish and onions and exhaustion. Inside, the cook shouts something about missing cloths. You wordlessly pass her a folded bundle of kitchen rags. She grunts her thanks. You leave before she can remember your name. The last stop is the Lord Solar. You knock. A servant answers. You hand him the basket with a practised bow. He doesn't thank you. He closes the door. Your hands are raw. Your neck aches. Your back feels twisted. But nothing is stained. Nothing is missing. That means today was good. You return to the laundry yard to put out the fire, empty the tubs, and rinse the soapstones. A sheet has blown loose and lies half in the mud. You grab it before anyone sees. It's only a little dirty. You'll wash it again tomorrow. You don't complain. There's no point. At last, just as the sun begins to set behind the battlements, you sit again, this time longer. You hold your hands out toward the fading warmth of the fire and feel the pain pulse back into them. Your nails are chipped. Your fingertips are peeling. But they still work. In your apron pocket, you carry a scrap of linen, a torn piece from a ruined towel. You've been sewing it into a handkerchief in quiet moments. There's no time for that tonight, but just knowing it's there gives you something that belongs only to you. You eat in the servants' hall, pottage, bread, warm ale. You eat quickly, quietly, eyes low. Then you return to your pallet near the chimney. Your shift is over. Tomorrow will be the same. Water, soap, fire and pain. But tonight you sleep. When all is hung and steaming gently in the afternoon wind, you sit for a moment on an upturned bucket, just to breathe. You tear a bit of crust from the pocket of your apron. Hard bread, mostly stale, but food all the same. You chew slowly and watch the linen dance in the wind. Then you're back at it, collecting the dry, folding the crisp, cold shirts, checking for mist stains or lingering damp. You sort the noble garments into a separate basket, laying a cloth between each folded item like layers of armour. You will deliver these by hand, quietly, without making eye contact, without drawing attention. You are invisible. You must stay that way. At the kitchen door, you exchange a nod with the scullery maid, who smells like fish and onions and exhaustion. Inside, the cook shouts something about missing cloths. You wordlessly pass her a folded bundle of kitchen rags. She grunts her thanks. You leave before she can remember your name. The last stop is the Lord Solar. You knock. A servant answers. You hand him the basket with a practised bow. He doesn't thank you. He closes the door. Your hands are raw. Your neck aches. Your back feels twisted. But nothing is stained. Nothing is missing. That means today was good. You return to the laundry yard to put out the fire, empty the tubs, and rinse the soapstones. A sheet has blown loose and lies half in the mud. You grab it before anyone sees. It's only a little dirty. You'll wash it again tomorrow. You don't complain. There's no point. At last, just as the sun begins to set behind the battlements, you sit again, this time longer. You hold your hands out toward the fading warmth of the fire and feel the pain pulse back into them. Your nails are chipped. Your fingertips are peeling. But they still work. In your apron pocket, you carry a scrap of linen, a torn piece from a ruined towel. You've been sewing it into a handkerchief in quiet moments. There's no time for that tonight, but just knowing it's there gives you something that belongs only to you. You eat in the servants' hall, pottage, bread, warm ale. You eat quickly, quietly, eyes low. Then you return to your pallet near the chimney. Your shift is over. Tomorrow will be the same. Water, soap, fire and pain. But tonight you sleep. You've seen this before. If she rolls too much, she could twist something inside. You throw open the store and grab her halter. She thrashes, nearly catches your leg, but you hold on. You tug her up, walk her in tight circles. Her eyes roll white. You keep whispering, keep moving. A stable master shows up eventually, curses, and takes over. You step back, shaking. Your arms are covered in dirt and spittle. Your tunic is ripped. But she's standing now. That's something. You return to your rounds. 2 new guests have arrived. Their horses are skittish from the road. You soothe them as best you can. Soft words, firm hands. One of them nips your sleeve. Another stomps and misses your toe by a hair. You fill troughs again, fetch more hay, sweep the aisle for the 3rd time. You mend the torn girth strap with twine and a bone needle. It's not pretty, but it will hold. The sun sinks behind the outer wall. The wind picks up. You close the stable doors, hang the lanterns, and check each horse one last time. You rub noses, check hooves, refill water buckets. You pat Smoke's neck, avoid Gorse's teeth, and scratch behind Willow's ears. When it's all done, you climb the ladders to the loft. You peel off your boots and flex your raw feet. You're covered in dust, hay, and sweat. But no one was kicked, nothing burned, no horses escaped. That makes it a good day. You eat a second meal in the loft. Some cheese you traded a favour for, and a hunk of onion bread too hard for the kitchen to keep. You chew slowly, legs tucked beneath you for warmth. Outside, the castle glows faintly with torchlight. Laughter floats from the great hall. Somewhere, a minstrel plucks a lute string. You hear it through cracks in the wood. It sounds like a dream someone else is having. You don't mind. The horses below shift in their stalls. One snorts, one whinnies softly. They're settling, same as you. You lie back in the straw, arms folded under your head. Your fingers ache. Your knees crack when you stretch. Your back feels like a plank. But you are not dead, and none of the animals under your care are either. That counts for something. You think about the stories they tell, about knights, kings, tournaments. They all forget the boy who saddled the horse, who mucked the stall, who whispered to the animal that would carry a lord into glory or death. That's fine. You're not here to be remembered. You're here to work, and to sleep when the work is done. The wind rattles the shutters. Below you, hooves scuffle, and slowly, slowly the weight of the day pulls you down into sleep. Your last thought before sleep is of a hoof print, perfectly stamped in the mud, rimmed with frost, still steaming from the warmth of the horse that left it. It won't last. It'll vanish by morning. But for now, it's real. And so are you. You wake with a jolt, the butt of your spear still clutched in one hand. You must have nodded off. Again, but only for a moment. You're sure of it. The brazier beside you is nearly out. Just a few orange coals crackling faintly in the darkness. You rub your eyes, shift your weight on the cold stone bench, and peer through the arrow slit beside you. Still night. Still fog. Still your watch. You're the castle guard. Not a knight, not a soldier. Not a man-at-arms with songs written about him. Just a guard. You stand, you wait, you freeze. And if something goes wrong, you're the first to die. It's your second night shift this week, and your knees already ache. You roll your shoulder, feel the bruise from yesterday's training drill. A wooden blade slammed into your side hard enough to rattle your ribs. The sergeant called it a learning moment. You called it something else, silently. Your job is simple. Watch the gate. Watch the wall. Walk the perimeter when the bell strikes the hour. Report anything strange. And don't fall asleep. You listen for the bell now. Distant. Muffled. Probably 5 hours till dawn. The wind whistles through the murder holes overhead, sharp and steady. You pull your cloak tighter. The wool is thin and doesn't help much, but it's all you're issued. Your breath fogs in the torchlight, curling into the stillness like smoke from a dying fire. You stretch your legs and walk a slow circle around the gatehouse interior. The stone floor is slick with old condensation and soot from the torches. You know every crack, every uneven flagstone. You've paced it too many times to count. At the outer parapet, the wind hits harder. Your cloak flaps against your legs. The courtyard below is quiet. A lone dog sniffs around the kitchen door. Somewhere, a drunk stumbles out of the barracks latrine, mumbling a tune and failing to close the door behind him. You don't cool down. Not your problem. Not tonight. You check the iron hinges on the main portcullis. Still locked, still rusted. Still your responsibility if it jams when it's needed most. You run your gloved hand down the edge. It's freezing to the touch. You think about the day shift. Better in some ways. Sunlight, warmth, people to talk to. But during the day there's shouting, drills, inspections. At night you're alone, forgotten. Except if someone breaks in. Then suddenly everyone remembers the night guard. Back inside, you take your seat again. You tilt your head and rest it briefly against the cold stone wall. Your helmet's off. Too heavy for hour 7 of nothing. You rest your hand on your spear like it's a staff or a crutch. Maybe both. You hear something. A sound just beyond the gate. Not a voice. Not quite a footstep. You stand too fast. Your knees complain. You move toward the door. Grip your spear. Hold your breath. It's nothing. A bird, maybe. Or the gate settling in the frost. You wait a few moments longer, then exhale slowly and return to your post. False alarm. You're jumpy tonight. Can't afford not to be. You sit again, slowly. Your joints creak like a drawbridge. You pull a strip of dried meat from your pouch. Cold, hard, a bit of gristle stuck to the edge. You chew slowly, jaw aching. This is dinner. Once, a noble boy sneered at your meal as he passed. He had a pastry in one hand and a silk handkerchief in the other. You didn't say anything. You just kept chewing. That's what guards do. Keep chewing. Keep watching. Keep standing. Until they don't. You remember your first winter watch. Toes numb for days. Fingers purple. Skin cracked and bleeding. You learned the trick of wrapping wool inside your boots, layering grease cloth under your gloves. It helped. A little. Midnight bells toll. You stand and make your round. From the eastern tower to the west, past the armoury, past the chapel. You pause there. Light flickers in the chapel window. The priest must be praying again. He never sleeps either. You climb to the wall walk and scan the woods beyond the outer bailey. Black trees sway in a sea of mist. The moon casts a pale stripe across the fields. You see no movement. You see everything. You think of your mother's farm, of harvest moons and cider, and wonder if she's still there. You hope she is. You make it back to your post just as the brazier dies completely. You don't bother relighting it. The cold keeps you awake better anyway. Sometime after the last bell, the captain arrives. His boots echo on the stone as he enters. He doesn't speak at first, just looks you over, checks the ledger, taps the pike rack once with the butt of his halberd. Still breathing? He asks. Barely, you answer. He grunts, then passes by without further word. He never says, "Good work." You're not here for praise. You're here because someone has to be. He leaves. You stretch once more, rotating your shoulder. The fog is lifting. The sky to the east is beginning to pale. Soon the bells will ring for morning prayer, and your shift will end. The day guards will arrive, loud, well rested, and freshly shaven. You'll nod, hand off your spear, and disappear back into silence. You descend the tower steps and make your way to the barracks. Your cot is rough. The blanket smells of mildew and smoke, but it's yours. You peel off your cloak, set your boots beside the bed, and sit a long moment before lying down. As your eyes begin to close, you hear the castle come alive, shouting in the yard, buckets clanking, the cook's voice barking orders. You've earned your sleep, but you know you'll be back tonight. The castle doesn't guard itself. There was a time last year, you still remember it, when bandits tried to storm the gate. Not many, just 6 or 7 desperate men, starving, drunk on stolen wine. They came after midnight, thinking the wall guards were asleep. You weren't. You sounded the bell. You shouted. You held the gate while others armed themselves. One of them, a tall one with an axe, almost made it to the portcullis. You caught him with a spear thrust through the ribs. He collapsed at your feet, died gurgling in the dirt. You didn't sleep for 3 nights after that, but no one thanked you. The steward sent down an extra crust of bread. The sergeant nodded once, said, "You did your job?" That was it. You did sleep eventually. And when the bruises faded and the frostbite healed, you were posted right back on the gate, because now they trusted you to stay awake. That was your reward. You shift your weight again, bones grinding. Your hip has a knot in it from years of leaning on stone. You ignore it. You've gotten used to ignoring things. Hunger, cold, the sneers of nobles, the fear of being the first to die if anything truly bad happens. And yet, despite everything, there's pride. Not the kind people toast in halls, but the kind that keeps your back straight when no one is watching. You keep the castle safe. That matters, even if no one sees it. You adjust your gear one last time before bed. The leather straps of your jerkin are cracked, the iron studs dulled from years of wear. Your helmet, dented at the rim, hangs beside your bunk. You should replace it. You won't. It still works. Around you the other guards breathe deep in sleep. Some snore. One twitches as if fighting in his dreams. You envy them. They've done their part. Now they rest. You lie on your side and stare at the wall. The mortar lines look like roads on a map, winding and uncertain. You trace them with your eyes until they blur. Somewhere above, in the solar, nobles stretch in feather beds. Below them, you sleep with a knife under your pillow and your cloak wrapped around your feet. And still, if something were to go wrong in the dead of night, it would be you they send first. Because that's what castle guards are for. You close your eyes, and for a few precious hours you don't have to watch anything. You rise in silence. It's not that anyone is asleep near you, it's that they're all long gone. The scullery maid is curled up by the hearth. The stable boy has vanished into straw. The cook's snores echo faintly through the kitchens. But your work begins now. In the hollow hours no one else wants, you are the night watchwoman. You're not a guard exactly. You don't wear armour. You don't carry a sword. But you walk the halls with a lantern in one hand and a key ring in the other. And if something catches fire, if someone cries out, or if something moves that shouldn't, it's your problem. You wear soft shoes, patched and tied with scraps of cloth. You move without echo, that's the rule. Your dress is wool, thick and plain, with extra layers underneath, because the corridors at night are cold enough to crack teeth. Your lantern clicks once as you light it. The tallow candle flickers, casting long shadows across stone. You check the nursery first. 2 noble children sleeping fitfully beneath embroidered quilts. You don't know their names. You know when they have fevers, though. You know which one wets the bed. You straighten the blanket and leave without a sound. Next, the Hall of Tapestries. Grand scenes of battles and blood and glory. You pass them slowly, your flame dancing in the glassy eyes of long-dead knights. Something creaks behind you. You don't turn around. Just keep walking. You're not paid to be scared. You pass the library next. It's locked, but you check the door anyway. The last time it was left open, rats chewed through a manuscript, and the steward barked about it for a week. You jiggle the handle. Firm, you move on. The chapel is quiet. A votive candle still burns at the altar. You pause to snuff it, not out of irreverence, but caution. Last winter, a stray ember nearly caught the drapes. You touch the iron candlestick to make sure it's cold, then continue. You climb a narrow stairway, lantern held high. Your legs ache. This is your 3rd round tonight, and the castle isn't small. You walk with purpose, not hurried, not slow. Your ears stay sharp. You hear the creak of wood, the scuttle of mice, the faint drip of condensation off stone. You know every sound the castle makes. What's normal? What isn't? In the east wing, you find a window open. That's not right. It's latched from the inside during supper hours, and no one has reason to open it now. You set your lantern on the floor and close the window quietly. You don't report it. The steward doesn't believe in ghosts. You do. You check the laundry room next. Rows of steaming linens hung from rafters earlier are now stiff with cold. You tug one cloth down, a noble's cloak. Someone left it too close to the wall torch. The hem is singed. You sigh. You'll fix it yourself before anyone notices. You take the cloak with you, folded under your arm. You'll mend it in the still hour before dawn, when the fire is low and your fingers shake from exhaustion. The kitchen corridor is next. A pot left on the hearth still steams faintly. You lift the lid. Onion broth, thin and sour. You dip a crust of bread into it, careful not to take too much. Just enough to feel like a person again. You don't eat with the others. You're not on their schedule. No one saves you a plate, but you've learnt which shelves hide a wedge of cheese or a shriveled apple. The cook pretends not to know. Maybe she pities you. Maybe she once walked these same halls. You check the stair to the Lord's solar. You do not go up. You're not permitted. That's where the other world lives. The world with feather beds and warmed slippers and voices that ring with command. You just watch it from below. You head toward the servant dormitory. A baby cries behind one door. You knock gently. A mother opens, bleary-eyed. You pass her a flask of warm water. She nods, thanks you without speaking. You leave her to it. Sometimes, when the castle sleeps, the walls feel alive. Not haunted exactly, but heavy with all the lives passing through them. The floor beneath your feet was scrubbed by 1,000 women before you. The stone arch above you was carved by someone who's been dust for centuries. You don't feel small, you feel connected. That's what keeps you moving. You take your final round just before dawn. The lantern is low now. You tilt it to coax out more light from the stub of candle, but there's not much left. The flame flutters, casting dancing shadows along the hallway walls. You pass through the lower storerooms, eyes peeled for anything out of place. This is where the rats come, where a spark could start a fire that would eat the whole castle. You pause by the armoury door. It's cracked. That's wrong. You step inside, heart quickening. You don't have a weapon. Just your keys. Just your voice. You scan the racks. Swords, pikes, axes, all accounted for. You check the back wall. Nothing. No one. A draught must have nudged the door. Or someone left it unlatched. Still, you shut it firmly and slide the bolt home. Back at your seat near the kitchen hearth, you finally let yourself rest. You set the lantern beside you, unwrap the cloak you carried, and pull out needle and thread. The mending takes time. Your stitches are slow, but even. You've done this before. You finish just as the bells toll for morning prayer. The castle stirs. A door creaks. Someone groans. Another day begins. You fold the cloak. You return it to its peg. You climb to your cot above the linen stores, barely more than a shelf. You tuck your legs beneath your skirt, curl into yourself like a letter unopened, and close your eyes. The castle breathes around you. You sleep. There are moments in the middle of the night when you forget the hour entirely. The castle exists out of time, its own little world of shadow and draught and silence. The walls breathe, the rafters creak. You've learned to tell which sound means loose timber and which means wind. You carry a small pouch of salt in your apron, not for seasoning, for protection. The old cook told you once that evil things dislike salt, that if you ever saw something that didn't belong in the halls, you should throw it at its feet. You've never had to, but the pouch stays. In the east corridor, near the old chapel, there's a patch of stone colder than the rest, no matter the season. You step over it every time. Just a habit. No one talks about it. Sometimes a nobleman's mistress will be out late, slipping from one chamber to another. You pretend not to see. You keep your eyes down, your keys quiet. Secrets are not yours to keep, but they are yours to carry. You once caught the steward himself stealing candles, taking them from chapel stores to light his own hearth in winter. He locked eyes with you, said nothing. Neither did you. But a week later, you found a thick blanket folded on your cot. No explanation. You never mentioned it. These are the quiet trades of castle life, the unspoken debts and wordless bargains, made not in coin but in silence and stitches. And you are fluent in them. In the quietest part of the night, just before the birds begin to stir, you sometimes pause beneath the great window overlooking the courtyard. You let the lantern hang low just for a moment, and you look up. The stars shimmer, hard and cold and far beyond reach. But they're always there. No matter what happened that day, no matter what burns or breaks, the stars return. You think of your mother's stories. She used to say the night had ears, that it listened to the women who worked while others slept. And maybe it does. You've whispered your share of wishes into its stillness, most of them practical, none of them answered. Still, the watching comforts you. You take a slow breath, stretch your aching arms, and begin walking again. The same halls, the same locks, the same long shadows. Because someone has to. Because someone always has. And tonight, as always, that someone is you. They tell me I came into this world on a cold morning in late November, though calendars didn't mean much in the village, unless it was planting season or a saint's feast. My mother gave birth to me on a pile of straw near the hearth, while my eldest sister threw more dung onto the fire and my father muttered something about it being another mouth. It was my third sister that cut the cord with a knife we usually used for cheese, and then they wrapped me in rags that had once belonged to a cousin who died young, like most cousins did. It wasn't a dramatic affair, just another baby in a hut, already echoing with the coughs and snuffles of too many children in too little space. You don't get a name right away. That was superstition, mostly. A good portion of us never made it past the first few weeks, so it was bad luck to grow attached too soon. Half the village had buried a baby at some point, and the churchyard was dotted with tiny, unmarked graves, soft earth for short lives. So they waited a while, watched me closely, and only after I had survived my first bout of fever was I baptised by Father Oswin in a cold font that smelled faintly of mildew and sheep's wool. I don't remember it, obviously, but I do remember him years later. Crooked nose, holy breath, and a stare that could curdle milk. They called me Thomas, after an uncle who'd been kicked by a mule and died half an hour later. Names came from saints or corpses, sometimes both. My first bed was a wooden cradle stuffed with hay and lined with old cloths. It sat by the fire, if we had one going, or near the hearth's ashes if we didn't. Our house, if you can call it that, was made of timber and wattle and daub, with a thatched roof that leaked every time it rained harder than a drizzle, which, in England, was most days. The floor was earth. Real earth. It got swept occasionally, mostly with a bundled switch of twigs, and only when we'd stepped in something that shouldn't have been in the house to begin with. Chickens wandered in and out like they owned the place, and there was a pig who liked to sleep near my cradle for warmth. She smelled better than most of my siblings. We had no chimney, just a hole in the roof, and a hope that the smoke would go up instead of sideways. It didn't. Everything, clothes, hair, skin, reeked of smoke, the kind of scent that burrows into your bones and never quite leaves. As a babe, I was lucky to have milk. Some weren't. Wet nurses were a luxury, and most mothers fed their own if they had enough to give. My mother did her best, despite the 5 other squalling mouths and the winter ration of pottage that barely warmed a spoon. Weaning meant mashed peas, softened barley, and the occasional bit of bread soaked in broth. Teeth came early. Illness came earlier. I had 4 siblings older than me, 2 younger, and one I never met. He died in the night sometime around Candlemas, wrapped in a blanket and still warm when they found him. We didn't speak of it. We didn't need to. Everyone understood. By the time I could walk, I had chores. You don't get a childhood in the way modern folk imagine it. No toys, no school, no idle hours spent wondering about your feelings. My early years were spent chasing chickens, fetching water from the stream, which may or may not have had a dead squirrel floating in it, and being smacked with a wooden spoon if I got underfoot. We shared everything: beds, shoes, illnesses. My sister and I wore the same tunic in alternating weeks. It never quite dried between uses. Lice were normal. Fleas, expected. Worms? Only worth mentioning if they made you cough one up. As I got older, perhaps 6 or 7, my responsibilities grew. That's about the age when you're considered halfway useful. I'd help muck out stalls, scare off crows, and carry baskets of turnips so heavy I could barely see over them. Okay, my hands grew calloused before I ever held a quill. Not that I ever did. Some children, in towns or in the manors, were apprenticed or sent to monasteries. Not me. My fate was the fields, just like my father, and his father before him, back when England was mostly forest, and people still thought Vikings might show up on a Tuesday. There was a rhythm to peasant life. Seasons dictated everything. In the spring you sowed. In the summer you tended. In the autumn you harvested. In the winter you tried not to die. Simple. But even as a child, you noticed things. The way the village held its breath during childbirth. The way people crossed themselves twice when smoke rose too thin from a neighbour's chimney. The way old men looked at the horizon like they expected something bad to walk over it. And often something did. We played, of course. Children always do. Games with sticks and stones, foot races, mock battles with straw swords. We laughed, scraped our knees, and fought like dogs over the last apple on the tree. But even then, there was work waiting. Always work. Sometimes, when Father Oswin wasn't looking, we'd sneak into the chapel just to feel the cool stone under our hands and see the candles lit. It felt otherworldly, a place where mud didn't stick and whispers echoed like prayers. I didn't understand Latin, but I understood silence and how rare it was. There was a boy named Will who lived 2 houses down. He'd lost 3 brothers to a fever, and used to say that if you saw 3 crows in the field before breakfast, someone would die before sundown. We all believed him. Superstition wasn't a pastime. It was a survival mechanism. Saints protected our animals, relics cured our boils, and dreams were warnings. Especially the ones with fire in them. My education was oral. Stories, prayers, curses. I learned what crops to plant when, how to spot a snake in tall grass, and that stepping on the church threshold with your left foot meant a week of bad luck. These were the lessons that mattered. Latin could wait. But even amid the muck and hardship, there were moments, bright ones, when the barley grew high and the wind smelled like sun, when someone brewed strong ale and laughter carried through the village like music, when the whole community gathered for a feast, no matter how small, and someone pulled out a fiddle or told a story so good even the pigs stopped snorting to listen. That was childhood. A mixture of hardship, hunger, noise, and fleeting joys. We were never clean, rarely full, and often cold. But we were alive. And in those years, that alone felt like a kind of victory. If I closed my eyes, I could still smell the smoke from the hearth, feel the straw poking through my bedding, and hear my mother's voice humming the same tune she did every evening. Something soft and wordless, like a lullaby made out of endurance. They say the first years shape a man. If that's true, then I was shaped by mud, ash, and the sound of my name being called for chores, and by the quiet understanding that nothing in life, not warmth, not food, not love, came without work. But it survived, which for a medieval peasant child is more than many could say. They say a child's first memory sticks with them forever. Mine is of a splinter. Not a big one, mind you. Just a nasty little sliver of wood I got from falling on the threshing floor while chasing a chicken. I wailed, of course. Not because it hurt that much, but because I was 5, tired, and already covered in half a morning's worth of mud. My mother yanked it out with her teeth and handed me a crust of bread too hard for a dog. That was comfort in our house. Removal of wood, followed by carbohydrates. In medieval England, childhood was less a protected phase, and more a short, muddy ramp-up to full exhaustion. You weren't coddled. You were taught, not through books or lessons, but by watching, copying, and occasionally getting swatted with a ladle if you did something particularly dim. I don't remember a time without work. By the time I could form sentences, I could carry water. A small bucket sloshing down my legs. By 5, I was feeding chickens. By 6, shooing crows off the barley. By 7, I was sent with the other boys to learn the fine art of not standing where the oxen are trying to walk. We called it learning. Today you'd call it survival training. Most of our day revolved around the needs of the house and field. Morning started early. Before the sun, if it was harvest season. We'd be woken not by roosters, but by my father's boots slamming the door shut behind him as he headed out. Our breakfast was cold pottage or leftover bread if the rats hadn't gotten to it first. No one asked how you slept. No one cared. The day didn't wait for dreams. We didn't have toys, at least not ones you'd buy or make on purpose. A good stick could become a sword, a javelin, or a horse, depending on how you swung it. Stones were game pieces, tools, or missiles. We played when we could, but always with one ear tuned to an adult calling our name. Or worse, calling our full name. That meant trouble. There were no schools for us. Education, if you were lucky enough to stumble into it, came from a priest who had time between funerals, or a village elder who'd tell you which mushrooms wouldn't kill you. The most I ever learned to write was the first letter of my name, scratched into the dirt with a twig. And even that was seen as a bit fancy. What I did learn, and quickly, was everything needed to stay alive, and mostly out of trouble. How to walk behind a plough without tripping, how to lift with your knees, how to spot a weasel in the chicken pen, how to keep quiet when Father Oswin started talking about sin and hellfire, and how to pretend you weren't the one who stole the last apple off the cart. Religion found you early. You didn't understand it, not really, but you understood fear. You feared hell. You feared the devil. You feared Agnes, the woman 2 houses down, who looked at you funny and might have cursed your sister's goat. God you feared too. But he was a bit harder to picture. The priest painted him with fire and guilt and long silences. We nodded along, eyes wide, fingers crossed. Around age 7, things shifted. That's when you stopped being seen as a small creature and started being seen as a small adult. Your chores got more serious. You were expected to help in the field. Really help, not just fetch things. If you were a girl, you helped with the washing, the spinning, the endless cooking. If you were a boy, you joined your father or brothers with the animals and tools. If you were unlucky, you did both. My father said a boy's hands should be blistered by 8. Mine were. By then I'd already dropped a bucket on my toe, lost 2 fingernails to a millstone, and once got kicked into a puddle by a cow who didn't care for my face. Welcome to childhood. We were always outside, in the rain, in the frost, in the thick summer heat. No such thing as too cold or too hot when the barley needed tending, or the sheep had gone wandering into someone else's pasture. I knew every dip and stone of the path to the well, every splinter in the stable gate, every wormhole in the wood near the fire. We lived close to the earth, not by choice, but because it was literally our floor, our walls, our food, and half our illnesses. Sickness came often. Rashes, fevers, boils, you name it. Most weren't named, actually. You just got the sweats, or the shakes, or that coughing thing, and you either got better or didn't. The village had a midwife who also knew herbs. She helped when she could, but if the ailment was serious, your best hope was prayer, or luck, or both. Death wasn't abstract. I saw a friend of mine, Simon, go from laughing over a beetle to shivering in a blanket to being buried behind the chapel all in 3 days. No one explained why. They just said, God took him, and we moved on. Because you had to. Still there was fun, in strange places. We played in the stream. We pelted each other with snow and straw. We raced barefoot through the fields, yelping when we stepped on thorns or startled a frog. We stole turnips, then ran from the tanner, who claimed they were his. We'd huddle around the fire at night and listen to stories from the old men, tales of beasts, saints, and wars we didn't understand but loved hearing anyway. There was a rhythm to it all. You rose, worked, ate, scratched, slept, and dreamed, sometimes of nothing more than a better pair of shoes, or a day when your tunic didn't itch. And you knew even then what your future would be. You'd grow taller, not taller than the Lord's Son, of course, but enough to lift heavier things. You'd marry, probably a girl from the same village with the same dirt under her nails. You'd have children who'd do as you did, and you'd die within a mile of where you were born. Not that anyone said this outright, but it was in the way people looked at you, in the way they measured your height by the doorframe, and nodded, as if to say, a few more years and he'll be useful. Childhood was less about wonder and more about waiting to be old enough to matter. On feast days, though, oh, those were special. Saints' days or weddings brought out food, music, even a bit of dancing. I once had a honeyed oatcake I still think about, and one year they roasted a whole pig. It was like a miracle, meat that wasn't dried or boiled or questionable. We ran wild that night, bellies full, hearts light. And for a brief while, it felt like the village belonged to us, the children, as if just for one night the future was something to look forward to. But dawn always came, and with it the chores. The weight of wood on your back, the sour smell of the sheep pen, the clanging of the pail against the well wall, back to the cycle, back to the growing. By the time I was 10, I could drive a cart, gut a fish, spin a rope, and fix a broken fence. I knew when the rains would come by the scent of the wind, and I could guess the mood of my father by the way he shut the door. I was, for all intents and purposes, nearly grown. At 12, you're no longer a child. In the eyes of the village, the church, and your own aching bones, you're a working man. A small one, sure, but one expected to pull your weight. And so childhood ends. Not with a celebration, not with a speech, just with a new job, a longer list of things to do, and the quiet realization that from here on out, the only difference between you and your father is how much your back hurts. But I survived those years. I didn't freeze, didn't starve, didn't fall into the well or get crushed by the oxen. I made it to the part where people stopped calling me boy and started asking me to carry heavier things. And if that's not success in medieval England, I don't know what is. By 13, I'd stopped asking questions and started growing blisters instead. That's about the time a boy in our village stops being a boy. There's no ceremony for it, no candlelit moment where someone hands you a sword or a speech. One day you're helping in the fields, the next you're in the fields. All day, every day. Sunrise to sundown, stomach rumbling, back bent, eyes stinging from the wind, and the smoke of last night's fire still clinging to your tunic. My voice had started cracking like the rafters in our cottage after a rainstorm, and the older men noticed. They began talking to me less like a child and more like a very disappointing colleague. "You missed a row, Thomas." "That plough line's crooked, Thomas." "Stop walking like your legs are made of porridge, Thomas." Encouraging stuff. Still, there was pride in it. I had a tool of my own. A scythe, duller than it should have been, but mine. I was trusted to feed the animals, turn the soil, even fetch deliveries from the manor storehouse, assuming the steward wasn't in one of his moods. I earned my bread now, quite literally, and I ate it with the dignity of someone who'd bled for it. Work came in seasons, just like weather and fevers. Spring was ploughing and sowing, your boots caked in wet earth, hands raw from gripping the handles. Summer meant long days under a wide, hot sky, your neck blistered, eyes squinting against the glare, swatting flies with every other breath. Harvest season was its own madness. No sleep, no rest, just reaping until your arms felt like someone else's. And winter. Winter was when you wondered if your toes still counted as part of you. Our food didn't get better now that I was older. If anything, I noticed how often we went without. Dinner might be a ladle of barley stew, chewy with leftover bones. Supper, if we had one, was cold. Bread hardened on the hearth. Once I cracked a tooth trying to bite through it. We laughed. Then we cried a little because we realised it was the last loaf. Water, fetched by my younger brother now, still came from the stream or the communal well, depending on which was less cursed that week. It always tasted a bit like moss and worry. We drank it anyway, when there was no beer. The older I got, the more I noticed the things grown men didn't speak of, but understood. How they'd glance at the sky and frown. How they'd listen to the hens clucking like it meant something. And it did. A change in weather, a spirit nearby. Or just bad luck blowing in from the next village over. Bad luck came often. Sometimes it came in the form of a fever. Sometimes in the form of a cartwheel snapping at the worst possible moment. Once, it was a collapsed roof in the night. 2 of our neighbours gone by, mourning. I helped pull the bodies from the rubble. They didn't look peaceful. They looked surprised. Like even in a world where death was common, they hadn't expected that. Around this time, I started noticing girls. Noticed how they carried water with one hand and tucked their hair with the other. How they laughed even when their shoes were soaked and their fingers were chapped from scrubbing linens. How their eyes darted when the steward passed by. There was a girl named Elswith, lived near the mill, always smelled faintly of flour. She once gave me an extra slice of apple when she thought I looked pale. I don't know if she fancied me or just pitied me. Either way, I remembered that apple for weeks. But courtship wasn't candlelight and poetry. It was side glances while shoveling manure. Maybe a shared song during harvest. If you were lucky, you'd sit beside her at a feast. And if things went well, you'd ask her father, or the village reeve, for permission to wed. Love was optional, land was essential. I wasn't ready for marriage yet. I didn't even own a second tunic. But I was expected to contribute, not just to my family, but to the manor. Every able-bodied peasant owed labour to the lord. It wasn't up for debate. That meant working the domain, the lord's personal land, a few days a week, unpaid. You showed up, did your time, and tried not to collapse until after you'd finished stacking his hay. I remember one summer hauling stones for a new wall around the manor's herb garden. My back ached for a week. I don't even like herbs. I'd also learned by now how to keep quiet around authority. You didn't question the reeve. You didn't question the steward. And you certainly didn't question the lord, even if you thought his velvet hat made him look like a goose in disguise. Religion played a larger role now. I was old enough to understand the sermons, or pretend to. We knelt during Mass, mumbled along with the Latin we didn't understand, crossed ourselves, and hoped it would be enough. I confessed to sins I wasn't sure counted, coveting bread, speaking ill of the hayfork, once kicking a chicken because it startled me. Father Oswin said I should pray harder. I tried, but sometimes I fell asleep mid-prayer, exhausted from work and the cold and the low-burning knowledge that nothing was guaranteed. Not food, not health, not tomorrow. The manorial court became familiar too. Once every few weeks, villagers would gather, and the lord or his appointed judge would settle disputes. Boundary lines, livestock squabbles, accusations of theft. Once, a man was fined for taking firewood from the wrong grove. Another was whipped for hunting rabbits that technically belonged to the lord. I watched. I learned. I kept my head down. Sometimes I dreamed of leaving the village, of running off to a town, finding work as a tanner, or miller, or even a guard. But those were stories you told yourself when the rain kept you awake, or when you were ankle-deep in manure, and wondering if this was all life had to offer. But then I'd look around and see my brothers, my mother by the hearth, my father snoring in the corner, and the pig asleep in her usual spot. And I'd remember this was life. And it wasn't all bad. We had music sometimes. A fiddle, a pipe, a voice raised in song during a rare evening when the work was done early and the ale hadn't run dry. We had stories passed down by candlelight. We had the steady rhythm of the seasons, the first shoots of spring, the golden sheaves of autumn, the deep hush of winter snow. And slowly I found I wasn't the smallest boy anymore. There were others now, younger than me, looking up, watching how I tied the rope or sharpened the blade, asking questions I once asked. I wasn't yet a man, but I was no longer a child. My shoulders had filled out. My hands had stopped bleeding from the scythe, and my back only ached when it rained. One morning my father handed me a set of tools without a word, just nodded. That was it. My confirmation, my promotion, my induction into the long line of peasants who'd done the same work, in the same fields, under the same sun, for generations. And I took them. Because that's what you did. You carried on. Thomas had seen enough of courtship before he ever experienced it himself. Not the kind with flowers and whispered promises. Those were for stories told by travelling minstrels. Not for boys who spent their mornings knee-deep in pig muck and their evenings scraping dried oats off the cooking pot. Courtship in our village, and by our I mean the 30 or so souls who shared the same patch of frostbitten soil, was a matter of timing, bodies, and barley. You didn't fall in love. You grew into usefulness. By the time I reached 15, I was tall enough to reach the thatch and thin enough to be useful without needing much food. That made me marriageable. Not because I had anything to offer romantically. I didn't even have my own pair of boots yet, but because I could haul water, swing a scythe, and had enough teeth to chew through a turnip without making too much noise. That was about as dreamy as a man could get. My parents started talking about Ellen the same year I stopped sleeping in the corner of the main room and started sleeping in the loft. She was a year younger, known for her spinning, and had wide shoulders from churning butter since she could stand. We'd said maybe 6 words to each other in our lives, 5 of which were "move, I need the ladle." But our families both needed what the other could provide: hands, grain, and a quiet partnership that wouldn't cause trouble. Betrothal wasn't a grand affair. It was more like agreeing on a trade. My father spoke to hers, while I stood nearby pretending to adjust my cloak. They discussed grain yields, shared labour, and the fact that neither of us had any better prospects. Then a handshake, a nod, and it was decided. Thomas and Ellen would marry come spring. Spring came late that year. Mud stayed longer than usual, and 2 oxen died in the next village over. But when the church bells rang on St. Walpurga's feast day, we stood before the priest in our second-best tunics, shivering more from nerves than cold. The whole ceremony took 5 minutes. Latin we couldn't understand, vows we'd practiced the night before, and a kiss that was more a bump of noses than anything passionate. But we were married. The wedding feast was barley bread, hard cheese, and thin stew served in cracked bowls. Someone passed around a jug of ale strong enough to make old men weep. A few folks danced until their shoes came off. It wasn't lavish, but it was more food than usual, and nobody went home sober or hungry, which in our part of England counted as a miracle. We moved into the rear corner of my family's cottage, separated by a curtain made from an old flour sack. Privacy was a suggestion. Our first bed was straw and sackcloth over a frame of uneven planks. I say bed, more like a place where our bones rested between workdays. Still, it was ours. That meant something. Marriage wasn't a change so much as an expansion. You kept working, only now you had someone to share the blisters with. Ellen and I quickly fell into rhythm. I rose first to fetch water. She tended the morning porridge. I patched the fence. She wove the wool. Her tasks never ended. Neither did mine, but we got good at avoiding each other's tired spells, at picking up slack without asking. Romantic? Number but stable. Predictable. That was more useful than poetry. Ellen had strong opinions, though she rarely voiced them. But she was smart, sharper than me in most ways. She kept track of stores, remembered debts, and knew when to nod during church, even if she'd fallen asleep standing up. She could spot a wormy apple from across the field, and once shamed a travelling peddler into giving us proper change just by staring at him. I respected her long before I realised I liked her. Children were expected. That's what marriage was for, after all. Adding labour to the household. It took a while. Our first winter was rough. Cold enough to freeze the wash bucket mid-scrub. Food ran thin. Then in the spring, Ellen fell ill. She recovered slowly, her hands trembling for weeks. We didn't speak about babies that season, but by the next year, she was with child. Pregnancy didn't come with cushions and cravings. It came with nausea, work, and prayers. She worked up until the week of the birth. No doctor, just old Mab, the village midwife, who smelled of thyme and sweat, and had delivered nearly every soul within shouting distance. Labour lasted from sunset to near dawn. I sat outside the whole time, carving pointless lines into the frozen earth with a stick. When I heard the cry, 2 cries, I didn't believe it. Twins, a boy and a girl. The boy we named Will. The girl, Alice. Will died 6 days later. No illness, no sign. Just didn't wake up. We buried him near the boundary oak, with a cross made from the last dry branch of the season. Loss was constant, but that didn't make it easier. Life moved on. It had to. The seasons didn't stop because we grieved. Ellen barely wept. She just folded Will's swaddling cloth and tucked it under the bed. Alice lived, grew, walked early, spoke late. Her laugh sounded like spring water over stone, clear, brief, surprising. We lived for that sound. As husband and wife, we had a simple understanding. We did not speak of dreams. Not aloud. Dreams were for the Lord's children, the ones who learned Latin and ate meat twice a week. Our world had no room for wants, only for tasks. The field needed tending. The wall needed mending. The pig needed salting. And we did it all year after year without fuss. But sometimes, when the fire burned low and Alice slept in the crook of Ellen's arm, I thought about building a second room, about teaching my daughter to read, about having a day, just one, without worry. Then the wind would howl through the thatch, and I'd remember who I was. Thomas, son of William, husband of Ellen, father of one, maybe more, if luck held, a man with cracked hands, a weak roof, and a woman who warmed a stew without being asked. That was enough. The years following our marriage were not marked by great changes, but by small, repeated ones. A new tool, a second pig, a patch of land the steward let us borrow. Each improvement came with a cost. More labour, more obligation, more eyes on us. But they also stitched a new shape to our life. Our roles in the village became clearer too. I was no longer just young Thomas. I became Thomas who fixed the well rope, Thomas who loaned barley seed, Thomas whose daughter didn't die last winter. These small noticings, shared over ale or during idle talk near the bakehouse, mattered more than I admitted. Respect in a village doesn't come from speeches. It comes from surviving while being useful. Ellen, for her part, was respected by women and feared slightly by men, not because she was harsh, but because she remembered everything. She became a sort of informal registrar of marriages, debts, and feuds. No one could recall whose turn it was to borrow the cart. Ask Ellen. Couldn't remember if Martha's son was born before the plague or after. Ellen would know. By our 5th year, we had another child. A son this time, named Hugh after my grandfather. Ellen delivered him with old Mab again, though the midwife's hands were slower now, her eyes more sunken. I paid her with eggs and a new bundle of rushes for her floor. Hugh was hearty, loud, and always hungry. That last trait never changed. Marriage changed me in ways I hadn't expected. It made me think ahead. Not far, never more than the next harvest, but farther than I used to. I began to notice roofs that might leak come autumn, boots that wouldn't last the winter. I bartered more carefully, saved bits of tallow, kept kindling dry even when I was too tired to care. These weren't grand ambitions. They were survival skills, sharpened by the weight of others relying on you. Historically, peasants like me weren't expected to have inner lives. But the truth is, we did. We just didn't have time to dwell on them. The rhythm of life as a full-grown peasant is less a schedule and more a relentless loop. There's no concept of adulthood as we'd understand it today. Just a gradual thickening of calluses and responsibility. One morning you wake up and realise that no one tells you what to do anymore, because they assume you're already doing it. That's how you know you've made it. The year is not measured by holidays or birthdays. It's carved into your body by the seasons. Spring stretches your back with ploughing. Summer cracks your hands with reaping. Autumn stains your knees with muck from gathering. And winter? That's when your bones remind you of every bad harvest and every splintered fence you ever repaired. There's always something to do, and rarely anything to show for it. You dig, sow, mend, fetch, chop, patch, and then start over. The tools are basic. A wooden plough, a rusting sickle, a hoe that's more patched than iron. And when they break, which they do frequently, you either fix them with what little you have, or borrow from someone who will expect repayment in kind, or worse, in favours. My work, like most men's in our village, is dictated by the land and the Lord. I hold a few strips of earth in the open fields, not mine, technically, but mine to tend. In exchange, I owe the steward labour days, a few dozen in theory, closer to 100 in practice. These are spent repairing roads, harvesting the Lord's grain before my own, and helping construct things I'll never use. Last year it was a granary. Year before, a new gatehouse. This year, rumour says we're building a dovecote. For birds we're not allowed to eat. On top of that, there's the tithe. 1/10 of everything I grow, raise or make goes to the church. In theory, it's for God. In practice, it means that if I produce 10 bundles of barley, only 9 come home, if no one else recalculates the share first. The priest says this keeps us humble. I say it keeps him well fed. The rest of my day is spent trying not to fall behind. If a fence breaks, I fix it. If a pig falls ill, I call in the neighbour who once treated his cousin's pig with an onion and a prayer. If the thatch leaks, Ellen and I climb the roof and patch it with whatever we've got. Straw, moss. On one occasion, the hide of a goat that had outlived its usefulness. It didn't help the smell. Our food depends on our labour, and luck. A good season means full bowls. A bad one means thin broth and tighter belts. Most meals are pottage again. Grains, weeds, the occasional onion. Meat is rare, eggs are seasonal, and milk depends on whether the cow feels like cooperating that week. Ellen makes the best out of it, but even she can't turn turnips into miracles. Barter keeps us afloat. A few spare eggs might buy a length of thread. A day helping thresh someone else's field might get me an extra portion of smoked fish. There's a quiet economy in every favour. Everyone owes someone something, and everyone remembers. What passes for rest is mostly a change in task. We mend tools while watching the children. We gossip while gathering firewood. We pray not out of leisure, but because it's the one task that doesn't require moving. Sometimes I catch myself thinking, is this it? Is this all there is? And then Alice runs in from the yard, laughing with a wooden doll Ellen carved from an old chair leg. Hugh tugs at my tunic, asking if he can help sharpen the sickle. I nod, because yes, this is it. And some days, it's enough. In the manorial world, community is everything. No one survives alone. The smith needs grain, the weaver needs meat, the priest needs wine, which he won't admit but drinks plenty of, and all of us need each other come harvest. If one family falls ill, others step in, not out of charity, but because next time it might be you. And of course, there are days of rest. Sunday Mass, Saint Days, the occasional feast where bread is slightly less hard and ale flows for free. We sit on logs, share stories, and pretend our backs don't ache. Those are the days we laugh. Not because life is easy, but because laughter costs nothing, and sometimes that's all we've got. Historians today might write of subsistence farming and feudal obligations. What they don't capture is how much of it feels like bailing water out of a leaking boat with your bare hands, day after day, season after season. Still, you get up the next morning, you shoulder your tool, you nod to your neighbour, and you do it all over again, because the land doesn't wait, and neither does life. The hardest part isn't the labour, it's the sameness. Every sunrise brings the same tasks in a slightly different order. The plough still sticks in the same patch of clay. The barn roof still sags. The oxen still pull with the enthusiasm of half-dead furniture. And through it all, the same ache settles into your joints. Not sharp, not screaming, just present. Like a dull companion you didn't invite, but who never leaves. There's a strange kind of pride in knowing your place in this order. I know when the frost will come by, how the wind smells at dawn. I know how deep to plant barley just by running my fingers through the dirt. It isn't education, not like the monks have, but it's knowledge, hard won, felt in the bones. Our fields follow the open field system, just like every village from here to York. There are no fences, just long, narrow strips shared among dozens of families. Each family gets a few strips scattered across the 3 great fields, so no one hogs the best land. Fair, in theory. But try dragging a plough from one strip to the next when they're half a mile apart. It's not efficient. It's exercise by divine design. Once a year, the reeve, that's the Lord's man, walks the fields with his tally sticks and lists who owes what. If your yield is good, you owe grain. If it's bad, you still owe grain. The math is more spiritual than logical. And if you argue, you'd best enjoy digging ditches. You'll be assigned plenty. Taxes and tithes aren't the only thing pulling at your grain sack. Come autumn, the travelling merchants show up with cloth, salt, and promises. They trade high and buy low. I've sold 5 chickens for a spool of thread before. A bad deal, but the kids needed clothes, and chickens are replaceable. Children, less so. The village has no inn, no market square, no place to rest except the church steps or the dirt path itself. But it's a village all the same. We have elders who remember the fire of '89, when half the homes burned. We have newlyweds trying to carve a plot out of nettles. We have a man who claims he once saw a saint in the clouds. Most just nod and keep walking. Everyone sees strange things when they work alone too long. You learn to rely on people without trusting them fully. Borrow a scythe, return it sharper than before. Lend a hand, and someone will lend you one when your cart breaks. But if you owe too much, or complain too loudly, word gets around. And in a place like this, your reputation works harder than you do. The village women form the other half of the economy. Ellen spends her days spinning wool when she's not patching cloaks or boiling nettles into soup. The children gather firewood, though half the time they come back with pine cones and bruises. Even the elderly, those who've made it to the grand age of 50, still tend gardens or mend nets. No one is idle, not really. If you are, people wonder what's wrong with you. And yet, there's an odd beauty in the grind. The way mist curls over the fields in early spring. The soft thump of grain hitting the bottom of a storage bin. The moment after sundown, when the last ember in the hearth glows just long enough to show Ellen's face, tired but smiling. That's not nothing. When feast days come, the world briefly softens. Bread is baked in communal ovens. Ale is passed around. Even the Lord smiles, mostly because he's drinking better wine than we are. Children play with hoops. Old songs are sung. And for one moment, the difference between us and the manor feels a little less wide. It doesn't last, but we hold on to it. So yes, the work never ends. The ache never leaves. And the barley never grows as thick as you hoped. But somehow, through some stubborn thread of hope, you get up each morning, strap on your boots, or what's left of them, and walk into the field again. Because this is your life, and it's worth living, if only because it's yours. You don't plan for children here. They arrive like frost, sometimes early, sometimes late, and always without much warning. One moment, it's just you and Ellen by the hearth. The next, there's a squalling bundle wrapped in old linen, and the whole room feels smaller, noisier, warmer, and far more terrifying. Ellen gives birth in the same straw-stuffed bed where we sleep, mend clothes and sometimes argue over whether we have enough grain to last the week. There's no doctor, just a midwife, old enough to remember delivering half the village, and 2 neighbour women boiling water and whispering prayers that don't sound entirely Christian. I wait outside, pretending to fix a broken latch, because there's nothing else I can do. Men are meant to stay out of the way until they're needed to dig the grave. Most births go well enough, though few go cleanly. There's blood always, sometimes more than seems survivable. Babies arrive how they please. Feet first, sideways, screaming or silent. And there's no certainty. Ellen's first was a stillbirth. We buried him under the hawthorn tree. No name, just a handful of dirt and a wooden cross I carved myself. When one survives, it feels like a small miracle. The priest baptizes the child within days, not just for salvation, but because, statistically, there's no time to wait. Roughly 1 in 4 children don't make it past their first year. Sometimes it's fever, sometimes choking, sometimes they just stop breathing, and no one knows why. The priest calls it God's will. The midwife mutters about ill winds. Me, I just hold Ellen's hand tighter. Once they're alive and screaming, life doesn't get much easier. Babies don't come with nappies. Cloth is scarce and expensive, so they're swaddled tight in strips of linen and left near the hearth where it's warmest. Ellen nurses them as best she can, though she's tired, always. We sometimes feed them pottage, thinned, with ale, if the milk runs dry. It's not ideal, but then again, nothing in a peasant's life ever is. There's no such thing as a nursery. The baby sleeps in our bed, between us, wrapped in the same blanket that smells of soot and sheep. If we had a cradle, it was burned 2 winters ago when we ran out of firewood. I carved a new one from pine, but it creaks like it's telling secrets. Every time it rocks, I pray it doesn't splinter under the weight of hope. Names are chosen fast. Not out of sentiment, but practicality. You name the child something common, something that can be shouted across a field. William, Alice, Hugh, Joan. Something easy to carve into a plank. You don't want to get attached to a name that might be gone before spring. Some parents wait weeks to see if the child survives. Others reuse names, like a coat passed down between siblings. Children don't get childhoods here. By the time they can walk, they're put to work. Gathering kindling, watching chickens, running errands. By age 7, they're expected to tend geese or weed the garden. By 10, they can plough. Ellen teaches them to spin and sew. I show them how to tie knots, sharpen blades, and read the sky. We don't punish them harshly, not because we're kind, but because life does that for us. One winter barefoot is lesson enough. A spoiled meal means hunger. A fall into the pond means days of fever. The world disciplines children more effectively than we ever could. We just try to keep them alive long enough to learn. Stories help, not the noble kind with dragons and brave knights. Ours are older, stranger. Tales of woods that whisper, saints that walk through snow, beasts that punish the greedy. We don't tell them to entertain. We tell them so the children remember what to fear. Religion, of course, runs through it all. We teach them to cross themselves, to fear sin, to fast on Fridays, to kneel even when their knees are raw. Not because we fully understand the scriptures, but because the church is always watching, and one wrong word in front of the priest can mean penance, or worse, gossip. And gossip spreads faster than fire. We light candles for St. Margaret if the baby's coughing. We keep dried herbs near the cradle, feverfew for headaches, rue to ward off evil, chamomile to calm a colicky child, though chamomile's scarce and usually reserved for those who can afford indulgence, which we can't. Still, Ellen insists, and I don't argue. Sometimes faith is all we have. In some ways, raising children is the only legacy we have. We own no land. We write no books. When we die, it's up to them to remember our names. So we pass on what little we know. How to dig a furrow straight. How to soothe a burn. How to spot the good kind of mould growing on bread. These lessons, small as they are, might outlast us. Still, every cough in the night feels like a threat. Every fever is a challenge. There's no medicine to speak of, just boiled herbs and whispered prayers. If the child survives, you give thanks. If not, you dig another grave and try again. There's no real privacy. Not in a hut where everyone shares the same air and breathes the same smoke. When one child wakes coughing, everyone does. When one child cries with hunger, the sound sits in your ears for hours. Ellen sings lullabies in low whispers, old ones her mother taught her, most of them about saints and spirits and stolen bread. We hang rowan branches above the door, not just for decoration but to keep sickness out. At least that's what the midwife says. I don't believe in such things, but I don't take them down either. You stop gambling with luck when you've buried 2 sons before their first birthday. Feast days give them something to look forward to. The village might roast a pig. The priest tells tales of miracles. The children run barefoot through the frost and come back red-faced and laughing. On St. Martin's Day, they get little bits of sweetened dough. It's not much, but they remember. Even in the dead of winter, children play. With bones, with sticks, with scraps. They make dolls from bundled straw, swords from firewood. I once saw my eldest son march through the snow wearing a broken pot as a helmet, commanding an army of chickens. There was no audience, no applause, just play. That's how they survive, I think. They don't know how hard life is. Not yet. And when they grow older, they ask about the world beyond the woods, beyond the manor. They ask if kings eat bread like us, if priests sleep in beds, if there are places where snow never falls and soup doesn't taste of roots and regrets. I never lie to them, but I don't always tell the truth either. There are some things a father says just to keep a child's hope alive. The winters are hardest on the little ones. Their fingers stay red and cracked. Their lips go blue at night, even with the fire burning. We wrap them in everything we own. Sometimes we tuck hot stones into cloth and place them near their feet, praying it buys us another hour of sleep without shivers. I've watched Ellen scoop our youngest from his blankets just to hold him tighter, afraid he might slip away if she doesn't. The midwife says it's normal to lose a child. Normal? I hate that word. It shouldn't be normal. But I say nothing. I just nod. And the next morning, I go chop more wood, because there's no time to mourn properly when there's a household to heat and mouths to feed. One year, the river froze over so thick that boys skated on it using flattened bones tied to their feet with string. They slipped and fell and bruised themselves half to death, but they laughed so hard you'd think they'd never known suffering. That's the kind of memory I hold on to. Laughter on ice. A moment when winter wasn't just about survival. And yet, not every family is as lucky. Our neighbours lost 3 children to fever in 1 month. The father stopped speaking for a year. The mother never smiled again. She just tended the goats and stared through people like they were ghosts. You learn quickly that grief is a quiet neighbour, always nearby, never loud, always watching. Still, there's pride in raising children who survive, even more in seeing them help. Our eldest, now 11, can mend a fence. He checks the snares. He counts the chickens better than I do. I watch him sometimes from the doorway, moving with purpose, jaw set like mine. And for a moment, I believe maybe, just maybe, he'll have a better life than I did. But I don't say that out loud. That kind of hope feels fragile, like thin ice. Better to keep it close, where the frost can't get it. The pain starts in your knees. That's where it always begins. You tell yourself it's the damp. Then your shoulders ache, your back throbs, and your hands curl in on themselves like old roots. You're not even 40. But your body thinks you've lived twice as long. My name's Thomas, and I've worked the field since I was tall enough to hold a rake. Now when I grip a tool, my knuckles crack like firewood. The ache isn't sharp. It's just there, like the cold, or the smoke, or the weight of the thatch on our roof. You get used to it, sort of. Illness is part of life. Not the kind that knocks you down once in a while. The kind that settles in and stays. One winter, Ellen coughed so hard I thought she'd bring the rafters down. We boiled onion in ale and made her drink it by the spoonful. A local woman said to rub goose fat on her chest and hang garlic from the ceiling. We did both. She lived, so maybe it worked. Or maybe she just refused to die while the stew still needed seasoning. There's no doctor in the village. Closest thing is old Wren, who's either a healer or a witch, depending on who you ask, and whether the fever broke. She knows every herb in the woods. What makes your bowels move? What makes a wound close faster? What might kill a man slowly if he's been unkind to his wife? She says fever few for headaches, yarrow for bleeding, nettle for strength. I trust her more than the priest when it comes to sickness. Most remedies involve boiling something that smells worse than the illness itself. Then you drink it, sweat through your shirt, and pray. If that fails, they bleed you. A shallow cut on the arm sometimes leeches. The idea is to let the sickness out with the blood. Personally, I think it lets the strength out faster. The church has cures too. Holy water, relics, and enough prayers to drown a small chapel. Once, When our boy came down with a rash, the priest said it was punishment for my sins, gave me a candle and told me to light it every night until the child got better. He recovered in 3 days. The priest claimed a miracle. I think it was the willow bark tea Ellen forced down his throat. We don't bathe often, not because we like being filthy, but because bathing is risky. They say it opens your pores and lets disease in. So we sponge off with a damp cloth and hope no one gets too close. Lice are everywhere. Fleas too. Ellen combs our daughter's hair with a heated blade of wood, trying to kill what lives beneath the curls. It works, mostly. Wounds fester easily. I once stepped on a nail while fixing the shed roof. The foot swelled like a pig's bladder. Old Wren smeared it with honey and wrapped it in dock leaves. She said honey draws out the bad humours. Maybe it does. The swelling went down, eventually. I limped for months, but I kept the foot, which feels like a win. When something worse comes, real sickness, the kind that spreads like fire and smells like death, we panic. Lock the doors. Burn herbs in the hearth. Some say plague rides on the breath of sinners. Others say it comes from the east in the belly of rats. We don't argue. We just try to stay alive. During one outbreak, we lost 8 in the village. They were buried before the dirt had even thawed. The humours. That's the theory anyway. Blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. Balance them, and you stay healthy. Upset them, and you're doomed. I never understood it. But people who do say, if your bile's off, you'll get boils. If your blood's too hot, you get nosebleeds. Everything has a reason, just none that help you feel better. Children are hardest to watch suffer. They don't understand why the world hurts. Our youngest once screamed for 2 days straight, swollen with something we couldn't name. Wren gave us a charm made of rowan and thread. Ellen tied it around his neck, sobbing into the cloth. He lived, but we still keep the charm. The church forbids some cures, says they're pagan. But when your daughter's lips turn blue and she won't wake, you don't worry about theology. You boil the roots. You whisper the words. You call on saints and spirits alike. Most of us will die from something small. A cut that rots. A fever that lingers. A toothache that turns to abscess. I've seen a man scream from a molar until he passed out cold. They pulled it with pliers and a prayer. He didn't wake up. No one talks about it. Sometimes I wonder what it's like elsewhere. Do the nobles get sick like us? Do they have herbs? Or do they just close their heavy doors and let the poor die first? I've never seen a noble sneeze. Maybe they have better humours. Despite it all, life goes on. We get up, we cough, we limp. We press cloth to the bleeding and keep moving. Because the sheep need herding. The grain needs grinding. The world doesn't stop for your sickness, not until you do. The older I get, the more I think pain is a kind of background music. Always playing, never noticed until it stops. My legs seize up during the frost. My wrists throb after chopping wood. No one calls it illness, it's just being alive. In our village, no one talks much about pain. It's not considered polite. If you complain too loudly, someone might assume you're cursed, or worse, malingering. So we grunt, we groan, we mutter, just the weather, and we keep digging trenches with hands that barely close anymore. Women have it worse. Ellen once worked through a fever so severe she hallucinated bees crawling under her skin. Still, she finished spinning the yarn, baked the bread, fed the chickens. She collapsed only after the last chore was done. Wren called it hard winter sickness. I call it exhaustion, dressed in disease. Some villagers believe in charms. Knots of thread hung over doors, feathers tied with nettle stalks, carved bits of wood soaked in salt water. Are they foolish? Maybe. But I've seen people healed after the charms went up. And I've seen people die after the priest said they'd be fine. So who's to say? Even dreams change when you're ill. I once dreamed I was walking through a warm forest, barefoot, with no pain in my hips. Just walking, that's it. That was the dream. I woke up and cried because it wasn't real. Ellen didn't ask why. She just held my hand. On feast days, we give thanks for what hasn't killed us. Sometimes we even laugh about it. Old Harold, who lost a finger to rot and now makes rude gestures with his stump. Or young May, who swears by drinking warm vinegar to cure headaches. Doesn't work. But the face she makes is worth the show. Death never arrives with a trumpet. It's a slow cough, a shadow behind the eyes, a finger that won't stop swelling. You learn the signs, you feel it before it knocks, and still you hope you're wrong, because even after everything, after the pain, the weakness, the fear, no one wants to leave this hard, beautiful, miserable life. Illness doesn't just affect the body, it changes the rhythm of the house. Fires are stoked higher. Meals go half-cooked. Chores fall to children. Ellen once ran the house alone for 3 weeks, while I battled a lung infection that rattled like pebbles in a jar. When I could finally sit up again, the house looked the same, but Ellen didn't. Her eyes were older, her back more bent. When death does come, it's quiet. No fanfare, no sudden screams. Just a stillness in the chest, a cooling of the hands. We wash the body, say a prayer, and bury them before the flies arrive. There's no embalming, no long mourning period. Just a short walk to the edge of the woods, a shovel, and enough tears to soak the first handful of earth. Afterward, the priest comes by with blessings. He says suffering is a test. I nod, but I'm not sure what we're meant to prove. Maybe that we can keep going, that we can wake up the next day, relight the fire, boil the herbs, and pretend the house isn't missing something precious and irreplaceable. Maybe that's all there is to it. Some mornings, before my back's even straightened out and my hands have remembered how to grip, I hear the bell, low and mournful, carried on the wind like an old secret. That's the church bell. It tells us when to rise, when to rest, when to repent, and when to bury another neighbour. My name is still Thomas. I've been a son, a brother, a husband, a father, and, after enough winters, a mourner more times than I care to count. I've built fences, tilled fields, raised children, and tried, above all else, to be good. Not clever, not important, just good enough not to bring shame, sickness, or supernatural punishment upon this little stretch of muddy ground I call life. In our village, religion isn't something you think about. It's something that thinks about you. Constantly. The church is the largest building for miles, and the only one with enough stones to look permanent. Everything else rots, leaks, or burns. But the church stands like God's own ledger, watching and waiting. Every Sunday, we file into that stone echo chamber to listen to Father Elric, who delivers sermons like they're firewood, heavy, splintered, and absolutely necessary. He talks of sin like it's the air we breathe, and heaven like a place we might earn if we just keep coughing through the cold without complaining too much. Mass isn't optional. The Lord demands it, the priest enforces it. And Agnes, who gossips with the fury of 10 monks, will absolutely report you if your seat is empty. I missed one Sunday during the fever and spent the next week repenting publicly and coughing into the communal chalice. The church calendar runs our lives. There are holy days, saints' days, fasting days, and days when you're only allowed to think about your sins. There are feast days too, but you better hope your Lord is generous, because the church won't be footing the bill for the meat pie. We tithe, 1/10 of everything we grow, raise, or earn. That means 1/10 of our grain, eggs, wool, chickens, even if we're already on the edge of starvation. It's called God's share. Funny how God's share always ends up in the priest's granary. Religion governs more than food and time. It governs how you marry, how you bathe, how you sleep, and how you die. Ellen and I were married in that church with a blessing and a warning. "Obey your husband," the priest said. She nodded, then squeezed my hand so hard I thought my knuckles might pop. Every child is baptized in the first days after birth, even if they're barely breathing. Especially if they're barely breathing. We need to get them in the door of heaven before fever or fate slams it shut. We've lost 2 like that. Wrapped them in linen, buried them behind the chapel wall. Father Elric said they were safe now. I didn't ask for proof. Our children know their prayers before they know their numbers. Latin rolls off their tongues like nursery rhymes. We don't understand half of what we're saying, but the words matter. Repetition is protection. Say the right thing, bow at the right time, and maybe the Lord will let the crops grow this year. The church teaches us that hell is always waiting, a place of fire, darkness, and eternal wailing. It's described with more passion than heaven, which sounds lovely but vague. Pearly gates and singing angels. But hell, that's vivid. It has levels and rules and demons with names. Makes you wonder which place the clergy thinks about more. There's a saint for every disaster. Saint Apollonia for toothaches. Saint Anthony for lost animals. Saint Scholastica for storms. We don't light candles, we beg favours. Some wear tokens. Others whisper prayers into tree trunks or bury relics in their gardens. Officially, that's not condoned. But we're peasants. We'll take protection from wherever we can get it. Superstition fills the gaps where the church won't go. A dream of falling means a death's coming. A barn owl in the rafters means a curse. If the fire hisses without wind, someone's lying in the room. We hang horseshoes over the door, place iron near the cradle, and never, ever speak the name of someone recently buried after dark. Old Wren keeps bones wrapped in cloth under her bed, says they're from saints. Agnes says they're from rats. But when the crops failed last year, even Agnes went to Wren for a blessing. Sometimes, when the priest leaves the village, Wren visits the sick. She mumbles over them, burns herbs, and says words in a language no one claims to know. Half the time, they get better. The priest doesn't ask how. Confession is its own ritual. You kneel on cold stone, list your sins, envy, pride, sloth, that time you swore at a cow, and the priest tells you how many prayers it'll take to earn back God's good graces. It's not math, but it feels like it. Small sin, 5 Hail Marys. Big sin, longer kneeling and maybe a scolding. The trick is to never confess anything that might require public penance. Sometimes they flog people in the square. A boy who stole bread. A woman who cursed during childbirth. The church calls it correction. The rest of us call it spectacle. We watch because not watching looks suspicious. And because the world's so grim, it's hard to look away from a drama that isn't your own. Punishments are harsh, but vague. The Church's justice isn't about fairness. It's about example. It's about fear. They want obedience, not understanding. We don't ask why. We just bow our heads and avoid questions that don't have safe answers. Even holidays are theirs. Christmas, Easter, Pentecost, days meant for rest, but never for joy without guilt. We attend Mass, fast, and maybe, if the Lord allows, eat something better than gruel. I remember once we had venison. The priest said it was a gift. I saw the squire dragging the deer through the woods 2 days earlier. Maybe the saints delivered it, or maybe they were just busy looking elsewhere. There's comfort in the ritual, even when you're not sure you believe every word. Lighting a candle for a lost child, kneeling beside your wife as she prays for a better harvest, holding a trembling hand in the confessional and whispering something that's weighed on you since the frost took your neighbour. I've buried friends who died with rosaries in their hands. I've seen men scream for mercy with their last breath. The Church says heaven waits for the faithful. But when the earth is hard and the stomach is empty, faith can feel like a coin flipped into the dark. Maybe it lands somewhere good, maybe it doesn't. Still I pray, every night, for my children, for Ellen, for the animals, even for Agnes, just in case. And I try to be good, because in a world where you don't have much, no title, no money, no say, your goodness is the only thing you get to choose. Sometimes that's enough. Sometimes it has to be. Every family has a story of a miracle, or at least something close enough. My grandmother swore the Virgin appeared in the frost on our window one winter. My uncle claimed a saint spared his leg from gangrene after he dreamed of fire. Are they true? Who knows? But when the snow is falling, and the roof groans under the weight, and the fire's gone low, you tell those stories again. Not because they're certain, but because they're kind. And in this life, that's a rare thing. So tomorrow, I'll rise again with the bell, bow my head at Mass, and thank the saints I've made it this far. Not because it's easy, but because it's what we do. We endure, we believe, and we carry on. One prayer, one superstition, one cold morning at a time. It's strange, feeling old in a body that's barely seen 4 decades. But that's how it goes. I'm 40, give or take. No one's really counting. And I creak like the barn door in November. My name is still Thomas, and I've worked these fields since I could stand upright. I've got more scars than memories, and most mornings I feel like a tree that was struck by lightning but didn't quite fall over. They call us old when our backs curve and our teeth start dropping. Not because we've earned some great title or pension, but because it's rare to even reach this age. Most don't. Most are buried before they ever get to mutter about aching joints or how things used to be better back when bread didn't taste like old dirt. So here I am, still breathing, still bending, still one stubbed toe from becoming a cautionary tale for the younger lads. My hands, once strong enough to lift bundles of wheat and wrestle stubborn pigs, now tremble when I grip the plough. My knees, which have spent years kneeling in dirt, prayer and grief, complain with every bend. I've started walking with a stick. Not because I want to, I'd rather limp like a fool, but because it's that or cruel. You'd think I'd earned some rest by now, but there's still wood to chop, grain to grind, and animals to feed. Ellen says I should take it easy, but the fire doesn't light itself, and no one else is going to keep the roof patched. So I move slower, ache louder, and pretend I'm still as sharp as I was back when I could sprint across the village without pulling something. Truth is, you age fast when you spend your life in mud, wind, and worry. The sun carves lines into your face. The cold hollows out your bones. And the hunger, even when it doesn't kill you, leaves its mark. It's not just the body, it's the loss. I've buried more people than I can name. My father died when I was barely big enough to carry a shovel. My sister, in the great fever of '89. One of my boys during the last frost, when the chimney cracked and the smoke filled the room before we woke. We don't cry loudly. That's not how it works. We nod, we dig, we lower them into the earth, and then we go home and scrub the hearth as if that will bring them back. Some folks turn bitter, others quiet. I've done both. These days, I mostly just talk to the fire. In the village, you become the old one once you outlive 2 generations. Children start asking your opinion, even if you've never said anything worth repeating. You get asked to bless meals, settle arguments, explain why the moon looks odd, as if surviving makes you wise. But I know better. Half of survival is luck. The other half is sheer stubbornness. There's no such thing as retirement. That word doesn't exist for us. When you can't work the fields anymore, you mend tools, scare crows, or tend to the chickens with whatever's left of your knees. If you're too feeble for even that, you tell stories and hope someone leaves bread at your door. If you're lucky, you'll have children who still live close and kind enough to care for you. If not, the winter decides when it's time to lie down for good. Meals grow smaller too. The best cuts go to the younger ones. They've got work to do. You make do with crusts, soup from bones, and whatever's still growing in the back plot. My teeth are fewer now, and I chew slowly, carefully, like every bite is a negotiation. Sometimes I forget what food tasted like when I still had all my molars. Not that it was ever much to begin with. My hearing isn't what it was either. Half the time I pretend I didn't catch the insult or the joke. The other half, I genuinely didn't. The younger lads think I'm going soft. Let them. There's power in being underestimated, and peace in not hearing Agnes's complaints the first time around. Every now and then, I catch a glimpse of myself in the water trough, a face I barely recognise, sunken cheeks, greying beard, eyes that look like they've seen too much and remember too little. My hair, once thick and dark, is now thinning and wiry, more hay than hair. Ellen says I'm still handsome. I think she lies out of pity or habit. Either way, I let her. The church says we gain wisdom as we age. That time polishes the soul. Maybe that's true. Or maybe we just learn how to complain more politely. Still, I do find myself thinking more. Not about regrets, but about patterns. How the rains come earlier now. How children stop asking questions once they see you don't have answers. How death doesn't surprise you anymore, just reminds you to keep your good cloak mended. In the evenings, I sit near the hearth and carve things from scrap wood. Little animals, faces, once a rosary. Ellen says it keeps me quiet. I say it keeps me sane. There's not much difference anymore. Sometimes I walk to the edge of the village and just stand there, looking at the trees. I used to climb them when I was a boy. Now I watch the wind move through their branches and wonder which will fall first, me or the oak near the stream. The lads think I'm strange, that I've grown quiet, soft, thoughtful. But that's just what happens when you've lived long enough. You run out of noise. You realise that most arguments weren't worth the breath, and most of the people you argued with are gone anyway. You notice the small things more. The way frost clings to the edge of the window like lace. The sound of Ellen's stitching late at night. The smell of fresh straw on the floor. They don't seem like much, but when your bones hurt and your days blur, these details are what anchor you. You also start to reckon with what you've done, and haven't. The child you yelled at too harshly. The feast day you skipped to rest. The neighbour you never quite forgave. The little things that stick, long after bigger memories fade. The lads in the village say I'm lucky, that I've made it this far. But they don't see the toll it takes. How every cough feels like a warning. How every winter could be the last. They see me smile and think I've made peace with things. But most days, I'm just tired. I still work, in my own way. I sharpen tools. I teach the younger ones how not to cut their thumbs off with a sickle. I sit with the dying when no one else can bear it. That last one. That one's important. There's something about being near someone when they pass. It's not loud or dramatic. It's quiet. Like a candle going out when no one's watching. And I pray more. Not for myself, but for my children. For Ellen. For the strength to keep rising each day, even when I'd rather not. Faith changes with age. It stops being about reward and becomes more about rhythm. Like breath. Or the seasons. So I carry on. Slowly. Quietly. With a limp in my step. And 1,000 memories in my bones. I don't know how much time I've got left. But I know how to use it. I'll feed the fire. I'll teach the young. I'll kiss Ellen's cheek while she's still within reach. Because even in a world built to forget men like me, I remember, and I endure, until I can't. And even then, the sun will rise, and someone else, maybe one of mine, will carry the pail, sow the field, and remember my name, if only in passing. There's no grand finale, no parade. No one reads your name from a scroll, or carves it into anything fancy. When a peasant dies, the world keeps spinning. The bread keeps baking. The animals still need feeding. But for the handful of people who knew your laugh, your limp, or the way you always cursed at the rooster, it matters. At least for a while. I suppose I always knew how it would end. Not dramatic, not clean, just slow. A fire that gets smaller each winter, until one day it goes out for good. There are no doctors, no warm hospitals, no last-minute miracles. Just a straw mattress, a bucket nearby, and people trying not to look too worried, or too relieved. The signs come slowly at first. You wake later, eat less. The strength in your hands disappears like morning frost. Ellen watches me closely now. Not in fear, but with that quiet attentiveness she's always had. She knows I'm slipping. So do I. I've started putting things in order. Not because I think death can be scheduled like a village council, but because I'd rather not leave a mess. I've shown our eldest where the tools are buried, the ones I kept sharp. I've told him which wall leaks when it rains, and where I once stored the dried rosemary Ellen likes to use for soup, though I doubt it still smells of anything now. There's a weight to these days, a slowness. The world feels dimmer at the edges like dusk that never lifts. But I'm not afraid, truly. I've lived through famine, frost, and funerals. Death is no longer a stranger. More like a neighbour who knocks occasionally, just to see if you're home. The priest has been by twice this week. He doesn't say it outright, but he carries his little book of rites now, tucked beneath one arm like a secret waiting to be opened. Last time, he asked if I had any sins to confess. I said I had a list, but the rooster incident was probably the worst of them. He didn't laugh, but Ellen did. We peasants don't get grand funerals. No choirs, no carved angels. If you're lucky, you get a box. More often, it's just a woolen wrap, a short prayer, and a shallow grave somewhere near the chapel wall. The important thing is the blessing. Without it, well, you're risking purgatory. Or worse. I've seen too many buried without rites. A fever takes someone too quick. The priest is off in another parish, and they're laid to rest with nothing but hurried hands and whispered hopes. That won't be me, I hope. I've tried to live clean, paid my tithes, honoured the saints, even fasted on days when there was food to fast from. I remember the last frost that took a man before his time, old Gerard. He slipped on the path by the well, broke his leg, and never stood again. We wrapped him in his cloak, the good one with the patches, and laid him beneath the yew tree. His widow, Marjorie, placed his walking stick at his side, said he might need it in the next world. Burials are quiet here. The bell tolls once, maybe twice. Neighbours gather if they can, but work rarely pauses. The cows won't milk themselves. The village doesn't stop because one soul stopped breathing. And yet, there's a kind of grace in the simplicity. No procession, no grand eulogy, just familiar hands, familiar dirt, and a cross made from two crooked branches. We mark our dead not with stones, but with stories. The way he laughed, the way he always fixed the church roof before anyone asked, the way he once ate an entire onion on a dare. That's how we live on, not in marble, but in memory. I've asked Ellen to sing for me when the time comes. Just a quiet hymn, nothing fancy. She has a soft voice, like a lullaby wrapped in wool. I'd rather go out listening to that than the priest's wheezing Latin. The children have started treating me differently too. My youngest granddaughter, Alice, asked if I was going to turn into a ghost. I told her only if she kept stealing turnips from the cellar. She giggled, but I saw the worry in her eyes. They all know. There's a tradition in our village, passed from mother to daughter. When death comes, you open the windows. Even in winter. It's said to let the soul out, to carry it skyward. I don't know if I believe it, but I've left instructions anyway, just in case. And then there's the matter of legacy. A strange word for a man who owns nothing. No title, no wealth, no land. But maybe legacy isn't gold. Maybe it's the fence I helped mend. The prayer I whispered beside a sickbed. The way my eldest son now kneels before supper without being told. The church teaches that if we live rightly, we'll be rewarded after death. A place without hunger, or pain, or frostbitten toes. I hope that's true. But I've also learned not to count chickens, especially after last winter when the fox got in. Still, I do wonder. What will they say when I'm gone? That I worked hard? That I loved Ellen? That I always remembered to patch the thatch before the rains came? Maybe that's enough. Ellen says she'll bury me near the elder tree if the ground isn't frozen. I like that spot. It's quiet. In the spring, the roots smell like sweetness and old wood. And if she places the carving I made, the one with the little rooster on it, I suppose I'll go out with a bit of a smirk. So when the end comes, and I think it's close now. I'll meet it like I've met every storm, every famine, every failed harvest, with quiet resignation, a muttered curse, and a bit of hope. Not for heaven, but for memory. For a life lived, if not easily, then at least completely. It's not the fear of death that weighs heaviest. It's the worry that you'll be forgotten. That everything you built, everything you endured, might vanish like smoke up a chimney. But I take comfort in knowing my hand shaped this place. Every groove in the wood, every furrow in the soil, bears my mark. The village remembers in quiet ways. A child repeating a saying you once muttered. A patch of herbs still growing by the path because you dropped seeds there half a lifetime ago. A crooked fence post no one ever bothered to fix because it was just how Thomas made it. And when Ellen lights the hearth, long after I'm gone, the warmth will still reach the same corners. Maybe that's all we can ask. To have mattered in small ways. To have been part of something that keeps on breathing after we don't. So, I close my eyes with no grand speech. Just the crackle of fire, the smell of peat, and the quiet rhythm of life continuing, as it always has. And maybe, just maybe, someone will sit by the elder tree one day and feel a little warmth in the breeze. Not enough to name, not enough to explain, but enough to know that someone lived here, loved here, and passed quietly, remembered not in marble, but in the marrow of the village itself.